Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program Trails category technical review. We are here at the Natural Resources Building in Olympia, and we are joined by our team of reviewers who are located across the state. So today we will have 9 applicants coming to present to our committee for feedback and questions before the evaluation in August. And so first we will be starting with Pierce County Parks and Recreation. So I will get your PowerPoint pulled up and then give you instructions on how to move the slides forward. And each applicant will be given 15 minutes for the presentation portion, and the remaining 10 minutes will be used for reviewer comments. Okay, do we have the representatives from Pierce County Parks here and ready to start? Looks like we have.
Yes, good morning. Sorry about that.
That's
Having
okay.
trouble unmuting myself.
Quite all right. So Tiffany, will you be the one moving the slides forward?
I am actually going to let Larry Levine handle all of the technical aspects of this presentation. I'm just going to share an introduction on the first couple of slides, and then I'm going to hand it off to him. So
Okay.
Larry, if you can advance slides, that'd be great.
Yeah, so what I'll do is I will get Larry set up. So Larry, I am giving you remote control. And so what you'll do is you'll double click on the screen and then make sure that you're able to move the slides forward. You can either use your keyboard arrows or use the arrows at the bottom of the screen that should pop up. So if you want to go ahead and do that, we'll make sure that you have the control.
Trying that. I don't know if I need, I don't know if I need to dismiss this first. Okay.
All right, it looks like you are set. So what I will do is I will go ahead and set my timer for 15 minutes. And you can go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. Good morning. I'm Tiffany Odell. I'm the planning supervisor with Pierce County Parks. With me is Larry Levine, the director of Forever Green Trails, a nonprofit serving our region. We'll be presenting today about Pipeline Trail Phase 2, the Fruitland to Nathan Chapman and Heritage Recreation Center connection. This $1.5 million grant request will extend an evolving trail system in Pierce County that serves one of our fastest growing areas and will help fill a crucial link between downtown Tacoma and the Foothills National Recreational Trail. So our project introduction. This trail development project is located in the unincorporated urban community of South Hill, located in central Pierce County, just south of the city of Puyallup. This project is located entirely within the county's comprehensive urban growth area, with a portion also in the city's urban growth area. The development includes 2 sections. The dashed red line indicates the grant-funded portion of the project from Fruitland Avenue East along the Tacoma Public Utilities water pipeline corridor to a trailhead at Half Dollar Park. The water pipeline itself is buried underground and only the maintenance access road is visible. The short dashed purple line indicates an on-street portion of Phase 2 that the county is paying for independently. It's not part of the grant request, but both will be developed concurrently to provide a key connection between the regional pipeline trail and the existing local trail network. The pipeline trail is a major multi-jurisdictional non-motorized recreation and commuter facility for Pierce County. The city of Tacoma previously developed its section of the trail, indicated with the solid green line on the map, and the county is currently constructing its first phase of the trail, shown in dashed green, which extends from Tacoma city limits to Orange Gate Park. Phase 3, indicated by the orange dashed line, will connect from Orange Gate Park to Fruitland Avenue and include a crossing under State Route 512, a major barrier for active mobility in our region. That section of the trail has some complex wetland and roadway crossings and other challenges that our design team is still working on. However, as the very spine of our region's active transportation trail network that will be used by county residents and visitors alike, we did not want to halt its development for a biennium while we worked on the issues with phase 3. Instead, we've decided to switch our focus to keep the development of the trail moving by constructing phase 2 in South Hill. I'm going to hand it off to Larry, who will address why this facility is so essential to continue building without pause. Thank you.
Criteria 1, need. The existing corridor has a long history of unofficial recreational use, serving as one of the only safe off-street places to walk, bike, and roll in a community largely lacking sidewalks and bike facilities. This need was recognized in the 1990s with the adoption of the pipeline trail concept into the non-motorized transportation plans for both the city of Tacoma and Pierce County, and in community plans. It is also included in our regional trails plan, parks, recreation, and open space plan, and capital facility plans. Unincorporated Pierce County is expected to grow by more than 22,000 people by 2030, and the pipeline trail will serve the greatest portion of that growth. This phase of the pipeline trail is in the south region of Pierce County's park system, which the PROS plan identifies as a high priority area for trail investment. It has the second highest unincorporated population of the regions and the second lowest rate of developed park acres and of open space, and the lowest rate of trail miles. Housing in the South region is expected to increase by 46% by 2030. It has the highest number of acres zoned for multifamily housing, a type of development that often has less on-site open space and a higher proportion of young families with children. Therefore, access to parks, public green spaces, and trails is increasingly important for residents' quality of life. This project will connect 3 schools and 3 parks in the high-growth area of South Hill. The pipeline trail is a critical link in the county's regional trail system, connecting downtown Tacoma with urban and suburban areas to the southeast. A 2016 report evaluated the benefits of a Tahoma to Tacoma trail network from Commencement Bay to Mount Rainier National Park that includes this project. This study identified over $5 million in potential health equity, environmental property value, and transportation benefits. It looked at census and other data to calculate benefits such as health care savings, fewer auto miles traveled, and reduced congestion, while supporting jobs, tourism, and property values. Residents will benefit from this route concept through non-motorized connections to regional transit, access to parks and public lands, supporting healthy, active living. Only about half of the roadway miles in South Hill have sidewalks, and those sidewalks are often disconnected, not forming a useful network for residents to move throughout the community. The development of the pipeline trail to the Nathan Chapman Trail will provide more than 3 miles of continuous off-road trail system, safely connecting thousands of residents to parks and schools across the community. Transit access in the community is also extremely limited. Development of this section of the pipeline trail will help improve that, and also provide direct and safe routes to local schools for students. Eventually, the trail will be a major multimodal, non-motorized corridor for transportation from South Hill to the employment and regional transit hub in downtown Tacoma. When complete, the pipeline trail will provide more than 10 miles of interconnected trails for recreation and commuting, serving more than 100,000 people, and provide outdoor access in areas that have historically lacked infrastructure investment. Criteria 2, project scope. In this zoomed-in map, the solid green lines represent completed trails, and dashed lines represent planned trails. Starting at the top of the map, the dashed orange line is the future phase 3 trail, future phase 3 of the trail, which crosses under 512 in Puyallup's urban growth area. The red dashed line represents this project, which begins at Fruitland Avenue East and heads southeast on TPU's 100-foot wide water utility corridor to and through Half Dollar Park, a trailhead located at the corner of 94th Avenue East and 122nd Street East. It will connect to an existing shared use path along 122nd Street East. That path exits the street right-of-way and traverses a county public works facility. A new county-funded on-street shared use path along 90th Avenue East will connect to the Nathan Chapman Trail, which goes through the Heritage Recreation Center and on to South Hill Community Park. The 90th Avenue connector will be developed concurrently with the rest of the project, but again, is not part of this grant request. The publicly owned utility corridor in the project area is currently cleared with a gravel service road heading through an area that varies between mature forest and suburban residential development. The county has a 50-year renewable easement from TPU to construct and operate the trail within this right-of-way. No acquisition is needed for the grant-funded portion of Phase 2. Dozens of desire lines lead to this corridor, illustrating the existing recreational use on this rough surface. It already is an enjoyable respite away from cars. However, this project will provide all ages and abilities the option of a smoothed, paved trail on which they can walk, bike, or roll. Criteria 3, immediacy of threat. Fortunately, the alignment on a publicly owned utility corridor with a long-term recreational easement means there is no threat of loss for this project location. However, there is significant development pressure in areas surrounding the trail. The South region is expected to receive 46% of the growth in Pierce County by 2030. Large lot suburban development is quickly being replaced by much higher densities, and as this area develops, there is less opportunity for development of trails and other recreation facilities. Criteria 4, project design. The demands and needs assessment of our pros plan shows that this area of the county has the highest projected growth and the lowest rate of trail miles per population in our entire system. The project leverages the existing investment in trails, knitting them together to make a functional core of a community trail system while extending it toward our regional network. This wide utility corridor offers an ideal location for a trail, easily accommodating a multimodal facility with gentle grades and excellent sight lines. A 12-foot wide paved trail with 1-foot permeable shoulders will be developed. The facility will be separated from the maintenance road wherever possible, and detailed design work will determine if there are any areas of constraint where the facilities need to share the same space. Family cycling advocates have told us having multiple stopping points along a trail is key to a successful outing so multiple interests can be accommodated. The 3.5-acre half-dollar park will provide parking and trail access, as well as a picnic area, on-site walking paths through the forest, a soft surface bicycle skills course, a nature play area, and accessible restrooms. Our vision is not just to provide trailheads, but true multiple use parks along the pipeline trail to support a variety of needs and experiences. The grant-funded portion of this phase of the trail entails 3 road crossings at 80th Avenue East, 112th Street East, and 86th Avenue East. The first road is the smallest, a dead-end road in a low-traffic residential area. The middle roadway is the most significant, a larger arterial with access to many businesses and services, including Pierce Transit's Route 4, which has a stop within 200 feet of the trail. The last road is a smaller 2-lane residential road. Detailed project design will determine the proper crossing treatments needed for each of these, but might include rapid rectangular flashing beacons, a high-intensity activated crosswalk, or a pedestrian-actuated traffic signal. A pedestrian refuge island will also be considered for 112th for increased trail user safety and visibility. There are a few residential access ways to the pipeline from the pipeline gravel road that cross the trail. These will be treated with a concrete table crossing with textured warning bands. Signs will be installed warning trail users of crossings and alerting drivers to yield to trail traffic. These intentional design choices will allow us to limit the use of bollards at driveway crossings and improve safety and accessibility to users following AASHTO and WSDOT design guidelines. The grant-funded portion of the trail is expected to cost a little over $4 million, with this grant request accounting for $1.5 million of that. Construction of the trail, the on-street connector, and the trailhead at Half-Dollar Park are all expected in 2026. Criteria 5, project engagement. Project outreach began in 2019 with targeted landowner meetings to discuss residential access and gain feedback on design concepts and driveway crossings. This was followed by a series of community-wide open houses with over 7,000 invitations, a survey, online presence, and presentations to local groups. As a result, the trail has garnered substantial community support from cycling and mountain bike groups, trail advocates, school districts, local community associations, and city and utility partners. The project's profile has also been raised through Forever Green Trails, which organizes the annual Pierce County Trails Day event, which has included activities on the pipeline trail the last 3 years, including rides and litter cleanups with many of the partners shown here. Criteria 6, sustainability. The pipeline trail will increase access to transit and active transportation options across multiple communities. Pierce County's adopted greenhouse gas reduction plan is called Sustainability 2030. It identifies active mobility as one of the key objectives for reducing CO2 emissions from transportation. In an existing utility corridor, this project minimizes additional impact on tree canopy and helps improve the public benefit of this existing asset. The wide utility corridor will facilitate future trail maintenance with minimal disruption to users and lower operational costs. The pipeline trail will support social sustainability by providing a broad range of users with options for physical activity. The 2016 Tahoma to Tacoma study projects substantial reductions in vehicle miles traveled and CO2 emissions prevented, among other benefits. The project will reduce residents' reliance on cars by connecting them to community destinations like parks and schools via a safe, non-motorized network, and to the broader region via connections to adjacent communities and additional regional trail systems. Criteria 7, enhancement of wildlife habitat. This section of the corridor generally does not have known significant environmental features, although the project will complete necessary environmental permitting to ensure no impacts to sensitive areas. TPU does not allow reforestation within the utility corridor due to potential impacts on its water infrastructure. The adjacent Half Dollar Park project provides opportunities for enhancement and restoration, however. The existing tree stand has not been actively managed. It will receive selective thinning to remove dead and diseased trees and establish a healthier canopy, and native understory plantings are planned. The trailhead area will have invasive plants removed and replaced by landscaping with native plantings. A native tree and planting buffer along the west edge of the property adjacent to the newer residences are likely, both for habitat enhancement and screening benefits. Criteria 8, linkage between trails. As a standalone project, Pipeline Phase 2 will connect to the existing Nathan Chapman Trail and pathways in 3 different parks and schools. It will function as the foundation of a planned South Hill community trail system that will link to additional schools, parks, and neighborhoods, and the commercial corridor of SR 161, also known as Meridian Avenue East. It is an important part of the core of Pierce County's regional trail system, linking to the Foothills National Recreation Trail, the Puyallup Riverwalk, Sumner Link, and the Puyallup Trail, also known as the Tacoma to Puyallup Trail. Many of these trails include further linkages beyond Pierce County, as shown, and all of these are included in Pierce County's PROS plan. Criteria 9, linkage between communities. Unincorporated areas often experience a fragmented infrastructure and lack of sense of place. This trail will help knit together neighborhoods, providing access to schools, parks, commercial areas, and residences within the South Hill community. By extending this recreational trail, we'll make demonstrable progress toward our goal of connecting all communities within Pierce County. It will link urban centers while helping us realize a vision of parks connected by trails, including Swan Creek Park in Tacoma, Orange Gate Park in Summit Waller, Half Dollar Park and Heritage Recreation Center in South Hill and South Hill Community Park, and Hop Farm, Meridian Habitat, and 100-acre wood parks just east of this project. Criteria 10, water access and views. Phase 3 of the trail will connect 2 miles to Orange Gate Park, which offers views of the East Fork of Clear Creek and access to pristine forest trails winding around wetland habitats. Another 3 miles farther north, trail users will be able to access Swan Creek Park in Tacoma, which features a salmon-bearing stream and additional forest views in a deep riparian canyon. The future connection east to the Foothills National Recreation Trail will also provide incredible views of 100-acre wood park and Ording Valley from the top of the bluff. Criteria 11, scenic views. Mount Rainier dominates the view continually along this phase of the trail, providing majesty and a sense of place in our region. A Mount Rainier view picnic area is planned at Half Dollar Park and will provide an excellent place to rest and take in the sheer majesty of this site. Cost efficiencies, criteria 12. Additional cost efficiencies are demonstrated by a partnership with TPU. They have granted Pierce County a no-cost renewable 50-year easement on a portion of the utility corridor for the construction and operation of the pipeline trail. The utility has been a partner identifying ways to share certain costs associated with trail like maintenance. Tiffany, back to you.
Thanks, Larry, and thank you to Forever Green for the support on this grant project. We so appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about the Pipeline Trail Phase 2, Fruitland to Nathan Chapman Trail and Heritage Recreation Center project, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Larry and Tiffany. We appreciate your time today. Just a quick note, you did go 1 minute over, so you just want to make sure that by the evaluation in August, you have it back to that 15-minute mark. And I think you might have covered a criteria you don't need to. If you mentioned number 3, that's only required for acquisition projects. I thought I heard you say immediacy of threat. So if you did, you can remove that one from your presentation and save a little time. So any questions from the reviewers? Brian.
Hi, yeah, great job. Very interesting project. And I had a question on the um, design that I believe you might have mentioned either a Hawks or a pedestrian signal or RFB. Did you consider the idea of a raised crossing being put in there as well? Any pedestrian protection islands might be considered. Um, and then also there was the mention of minimizing bollards. I just kind of wanted to point out WashDOT recently in their design manual eliminated bollards, and so that might be something you could look at doing. It's AASHTO has really moved away from bollards altogether. So anything that your design could do to facilitate that might be an improvement. But good job, thank you.
Thanks, Brian. We're still at conceptual design on this project, so all of those will absolutely be considerations as we move into full design. Allison, do you want me to call out the folks who have their hands up, or are you doing that? Sorry.
I'm doing it, but I had my microphone.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. I was saying, Andy, you can turn on your microphone, but go ahead and then we'll have Heidi after Andy. Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Thank you very much. And I am always very much supporting this project on pipeline. We've seen projects before and they've been exciting. Two questions for you. The first one, in the section that we're talking about now, the phase 2 section, do we have any areas of exceptional grade in this section, or is everything going to end up below the 5% grade problem? And the second comment I had was on your linkage between trails slide. That slide was pretty busy, and it could be improved, I think, by focusing on the linkages between the other regional trails as opposed to some of the local trails, or maybe a way to bring out the regional trail connection aspect, which I think is a strength for this project, as opposed to the local trail connections, which are important, but to my mind, not as important as the other regional trail connections. Thanks. That's all I've got.
Thank you. That's helpful.
I was considering, should we have two slides, one the local trails, and then another focusing on the regional, but we'll discuss that, but I appreciate that feedback.
Regarding grades, this project is not quite going to meet ADA grade requirements. It will all be built to ABA, the Architectural Barriers Act standard. Since we have to stay within the utility corridor, we're limited to grade. But the good news on this section, this is actually the flattest section of the pipeline trail, I think. So it will have limited grades, but still, I think there might be just one location where we exceed 5%, possibly two.
Excellent. Thank you.
Heidi, then Mike.
Okay, first of all, yeah, this looks like a really interesting project, and like it's taken a long time to get it this far, so I appreciated the presentation. I think I might have missed it, but my first question was, it seems like phase 3 is a big part of the project. And where are things at with phase 3? Just because it seems like it's a big, missing link, or not missing link, but a big link for it. So I just couldn't remember what that was.
Sure. So phase 3 is the kind of the key connection between Orange Gate Park and Fruitland Avenue, and it crosses Canyon Road, which is I think 6 or 7 lane arterial. It's a major freight corridor. And on both sides of Canyon Road, we have streams that come down next to the road. So there's a lot more feasibility work in order to accomplish that section. So we're actually starting phase 3 feasibility at the same time as we're starting phase 2 design. It's just that phase 2, because there are almost no environmental considerations for phase 2, we're able to charge ahead on and just get this section built while we take the additional time we need to complete feasibility and design for phase 3. So my guess right now is that we'll be 2 years behind construction of phase 2 with phase 3. So we should be looking at 2028 construction.
Okay, and then I just had a couple comments. I actually really appreciated both the local connection slide, and also seeing the regional slide, because I just think it's going to be used very differently by different types of people. Some are just going to use it as a neighborhood connector to get to some fun, little mountain bike or, running loops or whatever. And other people might be on road bikes and want to do a long ride or whatever. So I think in whatever way it makes sense, having both of those was really helpful for me. And then one thing I might ask you to do, and I know it would make things more busy, but just not knowing the area, and I come from a rural area, having scales on these maps would be helpful. Thank you.
Mike, you're muted. But I can go ahead and unmute you. There you go.
Great. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So great presentation and neat area. So my question has to do with, and first off, I'd like to second the idea of a easier to operate or look at interconnected trail map. I think that's a real strength of your project, and your map really could be done a little bit better. On your endorsements by all the different groups that have jumped in on that sheet with the logos, have they put in letters of support, or is their support been just verbal? And is there any opportunity for any of the local folks who are going to be served by this trail, who live close to this trail, to be involved in any type of work maintenance or any way that they can demonstrate or have some ownership in the development?
Thanks, Mike. Great feedback. I think several of the partners listed have submitted letters of support, and we're continuing to solicit those from those partners. And then in terms of local involvement, we have a really great pitch-in for parks program locally in Pierce County, where we look for volunteer groups to come out and work in our park system and along trails. A lot of that's focused on plantings, invasive species removal. Most of our trail maintenance is done by union workers, so we have to be careful about union contracts when it comes to specific maintenance activities, but we do definitely have a great volunteer engagement program and awesome partners like Forever Green Trail and the Foothills Trail Coalition locally, who also help us pull in that volunteer advocacy side of our trail work here.
Thank you. And Kelly.
Hi, super cool. I think this would be a really neat addition. My question is, so I thought it was great for the local side of things, the highlighting the connection between the schools and the parks, where we are too iffy on the sidewalks and pretty prevalent on walking schools instead of busing. I did notice one in elementary school. I noticed at least one high school. And then obviously it would be different based off of where people are located with regards to trail access. But trail access from neighborhoods, would it be corridors through a dead end street to get to the trail, or are kids having to walk out of their neighborhood around, get to the trail? And then what does that look like? Even just an average, maybe a ballpark of how far a kiddo would have to walk to get to school, because that's a huge highlight, is connecting the schools like that. But I don't know if someone would send their kid out 2 miles or something, especially as an elementary school kid. But I think that was a great highlight, just making sure that that access is there through a neighborhood and where those would be.
Yeah, that's
Thanks.
great. That's great feedback. I think there are lots of informal neighborhood connections already because this is a well-used recreational corridor as well. We're just going out and improving surfacing and accessibility there. So lots of those do exist, but because it's not formalized, I think that the local school district is almost entirely reliant on busing. So this would open up opportunities for kids to walk to school. And yeah, you're correct. There's one high school and two elementary schools that are directly connected to this trail development.
Cool, thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. All right. And thank you so much, Tiffany and Larry, for your presentation today. Your grants manager, Henry, will be in touch with you regarding his own comments with your PRISM application. And then also we will be compiling the comments from the reviewers today so you can prepare for your August final evaluation. So thank you so much, and we'll see you then.
Thanks so much for your time today. Bye.
Thank you. And Brian, I saw your comment in the chat. Thank you.
Next up, we have City of Port Angeles. It looks like Will is the presenter for this one. Will, you can go ahead and turn on your, there, I see you. And so I will give you the remote control so you can make sure that you can click forward. So
okay, let's give it a shot.
yeah, go ahead and double click on the screen, and then you should be able to use, yep.
Hey, there we go.
So what I will do is I will set my timer for 15 minutes, and you can get started whenever you are ready.
Okay, is it a single click forward or a double click each time? Or is it kind of just like a PowerPoint? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
All right. I'd say let's get started now. All right, welcome everyone. This is a presentation of the Port Angeles Race Street Shared Use Trail to Olympic National Park. My name is Will Habel, and I am the grants manager for Port Angeles, and I have Ben Broderick, the project manager for Race Street, with me as well. I'm sorry I was unable to provide a technical review presentation, but I'm very excited to present this project today, which will create an extension of the Olympic Discovery Trail and will help connect users to a host of local destinations, including trails such as, oh, come on now. Hey, there we go. Sorry. The 25-mile single-track Olympic Adventure Trail, the Olympic Discovery Trail, the Waterfront Trail, which is mile 0 of the ODT along Port Angeles' waterfront, the Dry Hill Downhill MTB Racing Park, and the Peabody Creek Trail, which this project will fill a gap and create a direct connection to. And of course, Race Street. The first phase of the 1+ mile long shared use trail, funded in part with the WWRP Trails grant, has been completed. Phase 2, 30 to 100% design, is funded by a RAISE grant, and construction is scheduled for 2026 to connect the ODT with the National Park Visitors Center. Overall, the unpaved trails are in good shape as they are volunteer maintained and require less equipment and infrastructure. The existing waterfront and ODT sections are beginning to age, but until the final gaps are filled, trail maintenance will continue on an as-needed basis. Today, I'm going to explain why Race Street not only fits well and is competitive in this RCO category, but also how the project's purpose and collective elements go beyond the benefits of a straightforward recreational trail connection. All right, all of the trails I mentioned are very popular, both locally, regionally, and internationally. I mean, we are close to Canada. Port Angeles' bike culture continues to grow. E-bikes and development with AASHTO standards are helping get more people out to enjoy them, and awareness of Port Angeles as a place for outdoor exploration at all levels of expertise is very apparent. Over 150,000 people were counted using the trail downtown last year, over 15,000 at the Elwha Bridge, and over 4 million people visit Olympic National Park each year, with over 125,000 people counted at the Hurricane Ridge entrance. Calm Transit now has a bus route that carries people to Hurricane Ridge as well. Generally, this trail's traffic will increase these figures by providing local access to various destinations, including the National Park and Discovery Trail. But the essential nexus of this project is rooted in equity. The continued growth of interest in the National Park and Port Angeles without equitable transportation creates hardship for non-motorized options. Traffic continues growing worse every year, including RVs and logging trucks using Race Street as a cross-town route, creating unsafe conditions, poor access, and bad wayfinding for those not in motor vehicles. That's slide 10. Yeah. What you will see here in this design is the next logical step in the Discovery Trail system, which is creating access to a system that meets the same standards. This recreational trail is also used by commuters. The Discovery Trail is a regional system that is essential to our area's non-motorized network. But this slide demonstrates that in Port Angeles, the ODT is on what I would consider the edge of our community along the waterfront. Without proper access to the trail from within the community, it will remain a regional system that fails to realize local travel potential and therefore equity. The Race Street Trail extension will be the first north-south extension that will connect the entire community equitably and safely with the ODT for travel to work, recreation, parks, the Uptown Arts District, goods and services, and third places. And I really wanted to highlight one area in particular. This transportation corridor connects so many different things within and outside of Port Angeles. It is the sole access to Hurricane Ridge, and this phase of the project connects people closer to the ODT, Olympic Medical Center, and directly to two regional scale city parks, our RCO-funded Sports Stadium, Civic Field, and Erickson Park, which contains the newly redeveloped Dream Playground, skate park, tennis courts, and the Calisthenics Park, which are marked here with stars. And last, and definitely not least, is the RCO-funded pump track. The pump track is hugely popular for all ages and is in part ADA compliant. The idea for this trail extension began seriously in 2009 when the American Institutes of Architects Sustainable Design Assessment Team, that's a long one, arrived in Port Angeles and held 3 days of workshops and charrettes within the community. The report identifies many opportunities and improvements that could be made in Port Angeles, including a vision for Port Angeles's transportation network that is based on mobility, diversity, and harmony. Race Street was identified as an important transportation corridor and gateway within Port Angeles, and a connection to our local natural environment and the Olympic Discovery Trail were also identified. The influence of this report can still be felt today in the city's comprehensive plan, various strategic plans, and the CFP. RCO has funded several of the projects that were recommended over a decade ago, including phase 1 of this trail project and our waterfront park. Port Angeles and the census tract surrounding all of our trail score poorly in each category for underserved population. The community is mainly Caucasian, but race does not provide any benefit to serve our population as measured by this RCO chart. I also wanted to add transportation expenses rank at an 8 out of 10, and population living in poverty ranks at a 9 as measured by the Washington State Department of Health. Our community needs equity more than ever, and the access to goods, services, recreation, and housing that will be accommodated by this trail is truly priceless. Collin County as a whole is very underserved by public transport, and providing alternatives that still allow for freedom of movement without the need for an automobile is crucial to our residents. This extension will allow the joining of Race Street and the greater network of local trails that connect users to regionally significant scenic locations and, equally importantly, their jobs and commerce. And as I mentioned before, the RCO-funded pump track project is located along this route. This trail will get kids to the skate park and pump track safely on their own. Building transportation infrastructure for people of all ages is our model. The shared use trail will connect residents and travelers to the Coho Ferry, Eddie's Hook, and the ODT between Port Townsend and La Push. The second phase presented here also connects users to 2 of our major bike networks on 8th Street. All right, I'm going to provide a closer look at these 4 sections of the trail in a moment, but I wanted to zoom out and speak more generally about the project area. The project will dedicate half of the existing 70-foot right-of-way to an 11-foot shared use trail. The rest of the dedicated space will include open space and trail-related amenities such as stormwater features, extensive native vegetation, interpretive education, art, and seating. You can see on this slide that there's a lot of connections that this trail is providing for our community, and each of these sections has unique solutions for providing a recreational trail facility and a public right-of-way. A very important objective to note: this project is not removing any sidewalk. It is expanding a 5-foot sidewalk into an 11-foot non-motorized shared use trail. The following slides will show before and after images and plans for the trail. The sections are both north and south facing. I'll start in the north and move south. You can see the section locations on each slide as the red dotted lines in the plans. Okay, starting at the 3rd Street intersection, this is where the project gets very exciting. Again, facing south, you can see that Ray Street provides a unique opportunity to connect 2 parks that are currently separated by very wide lanes of traffic. Currently, there is nothing extraordinary about this space, but that is about to change. What you are seeing here is a complete transformation of this space. Effectively, the project will create a seamless connection between these 2 very important parks. The road itself will be curbless. Paving patterns on the trail will visually connect the spaces, and a huge 30 to 40 foot wide crosswalk will provide more flexibility for park and trail users. This initial concept on the left continues to evolve, and our project manager is working on even more ways to make the space safer. Vehicle drivers will immediately feel like they have entered a space that isn't specifically for them, but for all users. All right, looking back north in this section, you can see how this trail creates new park space and a connection for the community for all these great recreational resources. All right, moving further south to our last major intersection at 5th Street, we continue to look north. This area is, again, not extraordinary. There is a lot of space dedicated to cars that is wasted and empty. When the trail is constructed, that will change dramatically. In fact, I think this section may not go far enough to demonstrate that change. The trail will actually use even more of the space here, reducing the road to nearly half its width, allowing for a calmly curvy trail that will be built for a more interesting experience than a straight path provides. We really like the idea of a meandering path. All crosswalks and curb ramps will be updated to ADA standards, and ped-first signaling will be utilized. The stormwater flowing into the Strait of Juan de Fuca will be enhanced, and rain gardens with interpretive signage will teach community members about the importance of new stormwater management techniques. So pictured here are the first rain gardens built in the city. They have been very successful, and our streets division loves sprucing them up with a lot of different native and ornamental plants. Pervious pavement will also be used when feasible. Landscaping has been chosen to reflect a gateway portal into the national park from an urban setting. In this phase, it will also create an extension of our parks into the public right-of-way, a greenway that links Port Angeles' waterfront to the national park. All right, the social equity nexus is really the key element of this project. 50% of the right-of-way is being redistributed to non-motorized users to provide a north-south foundation in our equitable transportation network. It's a win-win-win situation for the community, the national park, and regional recreation. This image speaks volumes for the importance of this project for Port Angeles. Ray Street will help create a more internal trail network in Port Angeles and will be the north-south backbone of a non-motorized transportation network. The blue lines here represent existing and potential bike routes. Green is existing shared use trail, and red is being designed and constructed. You can see that we hope to have a continuous trail system by 2026. This project is built to last and represents a massive investment that will transform how visitors view Port Angeles as a community and will fill residents with pride. I just wanted to point out in this picture what a positive change there will be. Everything to the right of that red line will be dedicated to the shared use trail. Open space and the parks will be directly connected to one another, and the crosswalk will be expanded to the width of a street. People, not cars, will have ownership of this space, and the trail will connect them to it. At any point heading north, trail users are greeted by expansive views of the Strait and Vancouver Island. From end to end, a walker can experience all of this in the span of an hour, and on a bike, several minutes. I can't emphasize enough the value of providing 50% of an arterial right-of-way to a trail system. And again, the trail facility will constitute everything right of the red line. It creates a linear park a mile long. There's a significant amount of room to provide recreation, education and interpretation, relaxation, and physical fitness. That incorporation begins with our relationship to the national park, our dedication to pulling that feeling of natural outdoor experience further into our community. Pictured here is the facility in the national park that this trail directly connects to. And we have used native plantings to draw that experience out into the right-of-way. The fundamental decision to make this a transportation system, a shared use trail, and not a standard multimodal bike lanes and sidewalk demonstrates that dedication to providing unique gateway experience to a national park that also caters to our community's urbanity. This project has been guided by and brought through two intense public processes since 2009, with 60 in attendance of our most recent open house and 225 surveys weighing in on this design. The support from the greater community has been tremendous and includes collaborations with the National Park and Clallam Transit, among many others listed here. These pictures from the Peninsula Daily News do a great job demonstrating the waste of space Ray Street currently exhibits. This is a highway. It's not a highway, it's a city street. The PDN has done a great job helping the city keep the public informed about what is happening at Ray Street and how they can get involved. The goal of this project is transformative for transportation equity, connection to nature, economic development, tourism marketing, and pride for our community and what Port Angeles stands for. I think it's extremely important to point out we are 70% complete for the funding of phase 2. The RCO funding fulfills an additional 30% gap. We've accounted for the reality that recent inflation costs make construction a struggle, and our cost analysis includes 30% increases to account for project cost creep that continues to affect construction projects right now. All in all, RCO will be able to provide nearly $2 million, the final funding for both phases of this project, which I think is really exciting. It's creating connections, it's providing access, it's celebrating our community's recreational diversity and our connection to the national park, helping restore one of our major creek corridors, and it's setting a standard for transportation equity that will be hard to top. And with that, I and Ben will answer any questions you might have. Oh, it looks like I did pretty good, only about 30 seconds over.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Thanks so much, Will. And
Sure.
I just wanted to note that you'll want to make sure you look at our current version of the manual to make sure that all of your criteria are lining up, since we've had some changes in the order and some of the criteria. So make sure that you're working with your grant manager just to.
Yeah, I might have been working on the 2022 version, one of the older ones, so it might need some modification.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we also, and we'll be sharing this with all applicants. We're modifying our manual again as of June 10th, just to make sure the numbering system is aligning with PRISM. So be sure you're checking in with us for your final PowerPoint to make sure it's all in alignment.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. So any questions from the reviewers? Brian.
Hi, yeah, great job. And thanks for calling that out, that maybe this was the previous, I was going back and forth trying to figure out where the comments would go. So am I understanding correctly that this is, that the roadway is being raised, everything's at a level? I wasn't entirely sure on that. It seemed like this is one grade, in other words, road and path and sidewalk. Is that correct?
I believe so. If Ben is on, he might be able to answer a little bit better.
And that
Yeah.
might have just been that one section.
Yeah, it's just the one section between the two parks. So the road will actually be curbed up to the same, it'll go up to the curb height. So it'll be like a speed bump almost coming up, a slow
Great.
bump. Yeah.
That's a neat idea. And but as you got further down towards like Fifth, looking at the graphic, I had a hard time seeing a shared use path. And I might want to encourage you to say shared use path rather than shared use trail. Is it a trail or is it, a pathway through town? It's a transportation facility throughout your town. So just a thought, but it seemed narrow. You see the bicyclist moving along, not there, but the other one, and
On the right way.
yeah, it almost looked like they were on a sidewalk. Yeah, you see the two people standing and the bicyclist coming. Are these one way for two-way for pedestrian, one way for bikes? Or I was a little confused in there because they look like sidewalks.
Well, the scale's a little off here. This is an 11-foot wide path, right? So there should be plenty of room for two-way travel. It's still in the design phase, so we haven't figured out our marking of the trail itself. The scale on these renders is a little wonky, but
Yeah, if I was going to redo the conceptual drawing here, I probably would have expanded because I don't think it's representative. It looks like a quarter when it should be half, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, because this should be quite wide over here.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, we're maintaining that 10-foot distance and meandering the path. So overall, there's going to be, I think a 35-foot area where the path can move through.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to understate how wide Ray Street is right now. I was reviewing this last night and I made a joke. Here we go. It is about 4 Ford Tempos width per lane, and that seems a little much for a city street. Andrew, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just had a comment I wanted to bring forward, which is that the connection with ODT and the rest of the trail networks is outside of the scope of this project.
Yes.
And I think if you really want to claim that, so to speak, that connection, I think it's incumbent upon you to show how that connection exists today and where you're going with that to get there.
Yeah.
I would recommend that you downplay somewhat, the Olympic Adventure Trail, some of the other trails, they're connected to get there. And I'm not sure that's really all that valuable. I would suggest that you tone down the regional trails thing is important, but I would suggest you tone that down a little bit unless you're willing to focus a significant amount of energy on how that connection is going to connect to this project, to the scope of this particular project. I would recommend. I think as you point out, the real strength of your project is in the community, is what it does for the community itself, and I think that's where you really want to hold your focus. And I would second Brian's comments that I think the illustrations really need work. They need substantial work. It's difficult for me to parse out exactly what the plan is here. And I would really encourage you to have graphics that really communicate clearly to us just exactly what you're talking about. The only other comment I had was I would appreciate some information on grade along this project and where you're going to end up with regards to how you meet AASHTO and ADA and what that is effectively. Thank you.
Sure.
Nick.
Hi, I appreciate the presentation. Looks like a cool project, and I would second some of what Andrew mentioned. There was, I think you spent a lot of time on regional connection, and when you were talking through that, one of the things that would have been helpful for me, I think some of the mapping there was at a scale and sort of sketch level. And I think if you develop those, I had a hard time telling where the project was compared to some of the regional trails. And I could really see, there was the regional trail network, and then there was this project, and it didn't seem to connect in the way that I think you would want to highlight if it actually was connecting. So I really support that idea of showing the value of what it does through the neighborhood or the community there, and how it connects between the rec facilities. And I also thought on your views slide, when you talk about what are the scenic views there, the view you had a lot of power lines and cars and traffic in it. And I didn't think of it as a really great view. And so to me, if I'm walking through that space, the view is the recreational facilities on either side. And I think you could talk a little bit about, hey, you can kind of get peeking in and seeing what's going on in the community around you. To me, that's a more valuable view than, something off in the distance that I'm probably not looking at. So those are my comments, but great application, and keep at it.
Thank you so much, Nick. And any other comments? Okay. Well, thank you, Will. So your grant manager will reach out with their comments, and also you'll receive a compilation of all of the reviewer comments as well. So you'll have plenty of information to work on as you prepare for your August presentation, and making sure you're in alignment with the new criteria. So thank you so much, and we will see you in August.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you all for the feedback.
Thank you. Okay, so we are currently, we're on time. It's just about 11 o'clock. So we will take our first morning break, and we will meet back up at 11:15 for City of Stevenson. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. It's 11:15, so we're going to go ahead and get started back up with the city of Stevenson. So I think we have Ben on the line.
You do.
Hi, Ben.
Hi.
So I will go ahead and get you set up so you have remote control. Will you be the one moving the slides?
I will be, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and you should be able to double click on the screen and move the slides forward, either using your keyboard arrows. There you go.
Okay.
That works. Okay, so you will have 15 minutes to present, and then we'll have 10 minutes after that for questions. So what I will do is I will set my timer for 15 minutes and you can get started whenever you are ready.
All right. Hi there, everyone. Especially when you're here to tell you about as this. There we go. Tell you about our project Swap Connection. This was the project for and as part of this presentation, I thought about just go through this idea that I was better to with one make chat we or and and we just ultimately I hope as we do that it'll help our
Ben, sorry to interrupt. Your microphone is breaking up a little bit. It's a little choppy.
Okay, sometimes this microphone doesn't like to work for me.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and make any changes you need to, or if turn off your video if that helps with bandwidth, whatever you think will help.
Let me just grab. All right, apologies. Is this better?
Yeah, so far that sounds better.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Apologies again, not the best way to start. So the West Waterfront Trail Project, we're weave a story. No,
it's breaking up again.
this is just the worst. Is that any better now?
I can hear you right now.
Okay.
We're going to switch computers and Ben will be presenting from my desk. So give us 1 second. Sorry.
That's no problem. It's technical review. So this is why we do what we do.
Yes, thank you.
Video and audio working here better.
Okay, so far that sounds better.
All right, apologies. This is an acquisition project. I'm going to try to weave the story for you. Hope to bring you along for the ride. Not
Now I'll switch the control to Leanna.
perfect.
Don't worry, I've paused the timer just so we can give you an accurate reading on your timeline.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you want to do that again and double click on your screen, and then you should be able to click forward now.
Okay.
Okay, great.
All right, acquisition project for a pathway through town. Want to weave a story for you instead of addressing each criterion in order. I feel like there are a lot of interconnections here. So hope to bring you along for the ride. I want to try to help with that with the ghosted numbers in the upper left-hand corner. When we're addressing different criteria on a slide, they should appear there. This is just demonstration. There's not those criterion on this slide. Walk through the regional context, the Stevenson specific context, the project itself, and the fit and the funding requests they were making. So Stevenson is in the Columbia River Gorge, and we know the gorge is beautiful. We also know that there's still work to do. For example, when we talk to our colleagues around Washington, we say we're from the gorge. They get a little furrowed brow and then maybe a wistful look as they remember a Dave Matthews concert that they've been to. Except that we're not that gorge. We are the Columbia River Gorge. It's where Multnomah Falls is. It's on the Oregon border, Columbia River. The Washington colleagues that we talked to have a right to be confused. Oregon takes ownership of the gorge. Things like Multnomah Falls. This map provides the context for where Stevenson is located. We're central to that map, just across from the very big text of Cascade Locks. You'll notice that text is bigger. Their symbol for a little town is bigger. They're not a bigger city than us. Troutdale is not bigger than Camas, as those symbols indicate there either, but this is a map made by Oregon-based cyclists, so they have the right to do that. They've earned that right. Here's a photo of some of those cyclists at Multnomah Falls Lodge. Multnomah Falls in the background. If you look closely, you can spot a penny farthing bike on there. I don't know where that came from, but it's fun in there. The reason why I show this photo, though, is for the plaque that's on the side of Multnomah Falls Lodge. And I'll just take a break and let everyone read that. Oregon has earned the right to call the gorge theirs. For 100 years, they've been investing in that. There's the Columbia River Historic Highway that runs through there. The city of Portland decided to build this lodge 40 miles away from its city limits 100 years ago because they knew that that investment was going to pay off for them. The state continues to invest in it as they turn what had been the automotive highway into a pedestrian-only route. They're blasting tunnels into rock, which used to be automotive tunnels, had been removed for construction of Interstate 84. They're reestablishing that as a bike path only. I'm talking about Oregon because I am setting that regional context to talk about our need and how this small acquisition project in the middle of Stevenson starts to connect to the efforts that they're doing. State of Washington is also working on those efforts. This is the United States Bicycle Route System map. A lot of good work is being done in the north part of the state and in the east part of the state. There are some concepts to bring that route through the south part of the state where Stevenson is. This one is a little bit closer, and it starts to get at that project's scope specifically in this. So these are bikeable areas according to those that were assessing it. Green is good and red is bad. Right there in, let's see. Right here is a red spot. That's exactly where we're proposing this access project on the west side of downtown. So Columbia Gorge is beautiful. There's work that still needs to be done. City of Stevenson knows what to do, but we need investment in that. We know what to do, as demonstrated by what we've done in the past. So here are photos of how we design things. We design for permanence. We are a former mill community, remain a community in the middle of the timber. The forests grow, the forests get cut, the rains come, the rains go, but the city here remains. We double down on that with our design aesthetic, basalt pillars, very substantial benches that are in place at the port. These are the pathways that we're hoping to connect with this, and that connection is part of a very long-term effort, a problem that's existed here for a very long time. So this is our downtown plan from 1977, showing the need to connect downtown and the waterfront here to the fairgrounds. 1977 plan, a 1991 plan identifies similar needs and not very many solutions to make that connection. Our project is here, and it has been identified as one of those solutions. It builds on past projects that we've done to make the connections from town to the Bridge of the Gods here. In 2012, we partnered with the Port of Cascade Locks to assess the feasibility of adding a pedestrian trail onto the side of the Bridge of the Gods. Right now, it's just a two-lane, narrow two-lane roadway. And so expanding that usage for recreationalists or the Pacific Crest Trail users that cross at that location. If you look closely at this slide, there is a horse on there. Again, it's the PCT, and so horses are allowed on there. That partnership assessed the feasibility for them to build that. It also constructed one of our own connections here with these photos. It's a multi-use bike path that gets users from City of Stevenson's pathway system and avoids connecting to SR14 and gets you on a very easy, very pleasant ride or run or walk from the city to the bridge over here. This is from our 2022 downtown plan. This is where the current project really started to come into focus. This project was identified in the plan as a catalyst project, going from the port's facilities here along the waterfront, bringing the multi-use pathway along the north side of the railroad, which is a major barrier, and making connections to the fairgrounds and to the waterfront there. We're also looking at the different changes that might be happening in that area. There's currently a couplet which connects two two-way streets at a strange angles, strange intersections. We know that something needs to happen there. We believe that that thing will be a roundabout at some point. And so as we move into design and feasibility and analysis of that roundabout project, we need to be planning for pedestrians and how they're using the change system there. This project is part of that. This is the current inventory of pathway system trails, purple being sidewalks and orange being the paved pathways of the port. the West Waterfront Trail project starts to make the connection that has been identified as a need, both regionally and locally. And we think it's the right project at the right time. We hope you'll agree with us. This starts to show where it is. So the acquisition project itself is this orange area of an easement along the railroad. So users would come from the port system, be able to get along the shoreline. It would include a water access point here and bring users back to SR 14 where the roundabout is under consideration. We've advanced this project through your requirements with the landowner consent, but also through an appraisal that was completed when we did our shoreline public access planning, getting an idea to provide the city council what to budget for, what to bring forward in grants. An appraisal has been done for this in 2022. I noticed my own error on this slide, but there's the total connection would be about 1,000 linear feet through town. It would provide that water access in areas similar to this. This conceptual shows the complexity of what would happen at the end of it, where there could potentially be a bridge or where there could potentially be a roundabout. We know that there's work to do, design work to do to get that done. Securing this easement is a main component of that to make sure that that planning is happening in the future. We know it's the right project because we asked our community what projects they needed to see when we did our pros plan, and that was just adopted in 2023. The text on here is small, but overall it gets to the point that walking, views of wildlife are important to the community. This project provides that. The port, waterfront, and the county fairgrounds are really well-used areas of our community. This project helps make the connection between them. When the community was asked about specific projects, this project came up as the most important. So as a concept, it was already addressing the needs of the community, and it showed through the surveying we did. We got 200 responses on that survey, which for us, we were thrilled about. There are 1,500, 1,600 people in our town total. So we were really happy with the rate of responses we achieved there. Project is identified in our 2023 pros plan by name, and it's justified in there. This project is showing the immediacy of the threat. So the land is under private ownership. They have development plans that they're trying to move forward with that property to redevelop it. It's currently developed as multifamily. Mostly those multifamily units are single wide trailers, RVs, travel trailers. There are a couple stick builts that are in there. This acquisition project doesn't go through where any of those structures are, so there wouldn't be any displacement involved through this acquisition, though there may be when the private landowner goes to develop. We would be seeking to get the property purchased in advance so that it can determine some of their footprints, which don't accommodate public access to this degree. It's also identified in our downtown plan as a catalyst project. So with this acquisition, the city knows that we can't, in Washington, gift public funds, but we can pay for an easement. And if paying for the easement and the right of the public to access this helps that private property owner realize their development plan, then we'll start leveraging their money to build the trails. This is I'm also the planner here, so knowing how things go through the permitting process just clicks for me, and I don't always know how to explain that. But we're looking to acquire the property to catalyze development of the property so that that property and its development go into our permitting channels, which require the development of public access before occupancy of any of those buildings. They require the critical areas, the habitat riparian areas of the site to be enhanced from their current state as part of their development. So getting it into those channels is a anticipated outcome of this project, and that we believe will also advance the goals of the RCO in the evaluation. So we know what to do. We need investment in order to do that. And we believe that the RCO fund here is just the investment that we need. Here, I know that you'll all score this differently, but we have been looking at the criteria. We think it's a wonderful fit for local priorities, that the project scope is just the right scope. The immediacy of the threat exists, but it's not at the top of your scoring with that. Project and engagement, this has been a good one. It's numero uno for our community and how it was reviewed and scored. We've been working with the landowner for that. Enhancement of wildlife, again, it's not the strongest for us, but it does exist through those permitting channels. Linkage between trails locally, top of the range. Linkage between communities, top of the range. Water access and views, top of the range. Scenic values, a little bit less so because it is so short, but those are offered. And cost efficiencies of getting to leverage the private landowners' construction funds when the time comes is something that we'll look at. We also hope to build a partnership with the Friends of the Columbia River Gorge, who has a Towns to Trails program that we'll seek funding from if we're successful with this to offset our match. Our match, and together with yours, would be a $625,000 project, requesting half of that from the RCO for that 1,000 linear feet of connection and about a half-acre total of territory. So I said I was going to set out to weave a story together that works. So I hope that I've done that, and I hope you all will unravel it now so that it can be a little tighter weave next time.
Thank you so much, Ben. And I did restart your timer, and you're still about 1 minute and 20 seconds over. So you'll just want to work to make sure you're within the 15-minute time frame when you present in August. All right, Brian.
Thank you very much. Interesting to see that context and have all that background, although I'm going to suggest that maybe we don't need as much of it. That what they're doing in just a statement about there's heavy investment in Oregon and maybe there's this interest in connecting there. You showed the USBR system map. That is a system primarily for on-road bicyclists at this point, and WashDOT puts no actual investment into the roads for it. We just allow it to be designated. So I'm not sure that's super helpful because it seems like most bicyclists who are touring avoid 14, and so they're not going to get to your town along 14. They'll probably go over to Oregon and take those better facilities that you talked about. And there's also the discussion of getting to the Bridge of the Gods. I like that piece, though that it seems like it's a stretch. It's further out. Now, if there's a long-term plan and gets that piece woven in, I like that because it does seem like there's a lot of opportunities across the water. But most of the value here I saw was right in town, and that is great. And I would emphasize that. I liked your piece on if we get this, the developer through their ordinances, they're going to have to do this work for us. Maybe more of that. You also showed a couple of times that bridge going over 14. That's kind of low on the WashDOT. It's just roundabouts are something that WashDOT does a lot of. They lower speeds, they decrease serious injuries, fatalities for drivers and for pedestrians and bicyclists. And so it's much more likely that that's where it's going to go. In addition to the fact that it's at grade and more people like to cross at grade than going up and over something. So that might be a better graphic to put in there, and maybe working with WashDOT Southwest region and saying, hey, complete streets, that's another one to mention, since that will essentially, when you have a project there, complete streets is going to have to consider how to make that piece of the town walkable, bikeable for all ages and abilities. And so something like the roundabout is a very likely future rather than I think you kind of said it's a concept they're considering. See if you can pin them down a little bit more. That could be helpful, and it would show those interconnectivities.
Okay.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. James?
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It is a beautiful area. I found the presentation style to be frankly confusing, and I thought some of the stuff having to do with what Portland has done were frankly a little bit irrelevant to this project. So it's not as much fun to work through the criteria of 1, 2, 3 in order in lockstep. Or for somebody literal minded like me, it would be more beneficial. It would help me to give you better scores. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll note that your grant manager, Russell, will be more than happy to work with you on the PowerPoint too, to make sure that you're addressing all the criteria in the order.
Yeah.
Heidi.
Yeah, thanks. This is definitely an interesting project. And for me, I'm coming from North Central Washington, so it's all kind of new. I guess I agree with the others that, spending so much time on that larger regional context kind of took away from like my ability to really like focus on what this project is. And like this graphic that's up there right now, I did spend a bunch of time on my own, like looking and cross-referencing and, seeing what everything meant. But, just like getting to the concept of like what it actually is, I don't know, like if that could be a little bit more of the focus, what it's getting people from and to. And I think that, yeah, knowing a little bit more, not certainty, but understanding of what's likely in the future for that crossing, whether it's a roundabout or whatever, would give you a little bit more, feeling like this is something that is going to really, make that connection. The other question I had for you, and this is from being a planner, but in a different state and a different, place altogether, but whether or not like you're working with this new development, and is it possible that that easement could be like extracted through the planning process, or is it, because it does seem like it will be an amenity to that like development, and increase property values and things like that. So I kind of wondered about that just from the needs perspective, or at least like describing why that wouldn't be possible.
Okay.
I also don't know what the pros plan is. Maybe I missed that, but you kept referring to the pros plan, I think. And then I had a question because you kind of had the scoring and the scores there, and I wasn't really sure that was your kind of speculation of or how you thought the scores should be. I wasn't really sure what that meant. And then the other thing was, let me see. Oh, the map that was about the green is good and the red is bad. I couldn't understand that.
Okay.
So.
Great. Thank you so much, Heidi. Okay, Nick.
I just quick comment or two. It sounds like you may already have an appraisal in hand for the easement area. It might be worth just quickly mentioning, if the values that you've proposed, requesting this grant for are for the full amount of that appraisal. I think that's good to highlight if that's what that is, or how, if those are the same or if they're different. With the immediacy of threat on something like this, I found myself thinking, okay, it sounds like there's an owner. Maybe they are going to redevelop the property, but it didn't sound like they were very far along in that process, and I didn't know. And so maybe a little bit more information on where they are in the process and when they might get to a point where you might see an application for permit, I think would help me understand, is this getting ahead of something that's 2 years away, or is this somebody that's going to walk in a couple of weeks with a development plan? And I didn't get the sense it was that immediate, but might be worth just kind of highlighting that.
Thank you. Okay. So Ben, thank you so much. And Liana, thank you for joining us as well. Your grant manager, Russell, like I said, will be happy to work with you on fine tuning your presentation and making sure you're covering the criteria and making it as clear as possible. So we look forward to seeing you in August for the final presentation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we are moving to City of Spokane to the Fish Lake Trail Phase 1. I think we should have Inga on the line to present.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay,
Good morning.
wonderful. Good morning. So I will give you remote control.
Yep.
So you should be able to double click on the screen and use your arrows on the keyboard or use the screen itself to move your slides forward.
Okay, all right. I'll give it a try and see if it works. So I'm Inga Note, Senior Traffic Engineer with the City of Spokane, and I'm going to talk to you about our Fish Lake Trail Phase 1. So let's see if this works. There we go. Okay. The Fish Lake Trail is built on an old rail line that was set up in the early 1900s, the Oregon-Washington Railway and Navigation Company, and runs south of Spokane and out the route eventually towards the Columbia Gorge. That route was in use by many railroads up until Union Pacific took it over mid-century and was in active use until Expo 74, which for those of you who are familiar with it, when Spokane hosted the World's Fair, took out most of the rail infrastructure out of downtown and ended up shifting some of the lines around. So the image I'm showing up here is the old trestle that used to be in the area leading to what is now the Fish Lake Trail. And just for some context, I wanted to show you how our project fits into at the end of Phase 1, which is the one that I'm here requesting funds for, ends basically at the top of where the old trestle used to be. And then the end of Phase 2 we'll be dropping down the hill closer to the Spokane River to meet up with an existing bike ped bridge that utilizes some of the footings off of this old rail trestle. So just look at the regional map. The Fish Lake Trail in the kind of grassy green color there heads south out of downtown and runs all the way to the city of Cheney, where it ties into the Columbia Plateau Trail. That section of the trail is completely finished with the exception of a couple of rail bridges where we need to build over the top of active rail lines and haven't gotten the funding for that yet. But once that's done, we'll have a complete trail all the way to the Columbia Plateau Trail. Part of that is also a state park. And then at the north end, you can see that the two stars show the two work sites for our Fish Lake Trail Phase 1 project. The Phase 1 and 2 together will tie it into the Centennial Trail, dark green on the north side of Spokane. And then we have a couple of other smaller trails in the area that it'll tie into, which I'll show you in the zoomed in view. So the Phase 1 are work sites are shown in red. We have a connection down at Thorpe Road is one piece of it. And then the second work site is making a connection from our existing trailhead to what I'll refer to as the top of the dog park, the High Bridge Dog Park. And then phase 2, which we'll continue to pursue, will take it down through High Bridge Park and connect into that pedestrian bridge, which is the kind of goldenrod color there. So this will tie it also with the South Gorge Trail, which runs on the south side of the Spokane River and received some RCO funding a couple of years ago. So to give you an idea of where we're at, we received some federal funding to do a trail alignment study in 2021, 2020, 2021, and looked at 5 different routes on how to get the trail through High Bridge Park area. We did, once we settled on a route, we did a preliminary design, a detailed estimate, and completed a cultural resources report. And we've so far acquired $3 million in federal funding for the design and construction of phase 1. And the picture here is the existing trailhead for what is the north end of the trail right now. We did quite a bit of community engagement through that process, had some public meetings, had a project advisory committee. We also did an online survey when we were trying to make a decision on which routes to use, and got over 1,300 respondents from that, which was really valuable and shows how popular the trail is. So these are the preliminary design sheets, and I'm just providing this to kind of give you an overview of how much of the project is phase 1. So the design, the sheet in the lower left, TR10, is the 30% design for the Thorpe Road connection. That's the first work site I mentioned. And then the second work site is going to be the sheets labeled TR2 and TR3. And then the remainder of the project will be phase 2. So between these 3 worksheets, we're looking at about 3,000 linear feet of trail connection. So the final design of this, as I mentioned, we've got a $3 million grant already that we've already hired a consultant to do the final design, and they're starting work on it right now. We've already done the survey. As I mentioned before, we've already got a very big detailed cultural resources report. We plan to do some additional public meetings to, get more citizen input on the design. And we're planning on constructing phase 1 in 2026. So just to give you a little more info on what the trail will look like, a piece of it runs along Government Way. And if you look at the picture here, you'll see we've got a sidewalk and we have an existing asphalt trail that's about 8 feet wide. The asphalt's not in great condition. It has a lot of utilities in the way. It's got some spots where it's very bumpy, and it also doesn't have great ADA accessibility at the intersections. So the idea with this segment is to widen it and shift it over a little bit, try to put some spots for street trees in between the sidewalk and the pathway, and just try to make it a more pleasant experience, improve the ADA issues, and bring it up to our standard 12-foot trail width. And I'm planning to get a rendering of this. It wasn't done in time for this presentation, so we'll be able to show what it'll look like in the future. Funding, this shows what we've secured so far. We've got $3 million in federal money. We have a local match for that, and then the $1 million that we're requesting from RCO would be in the unsecured column there. And we are just requesting construction funds. To give you an idea of how popular this trail is, I'm sharing data from our trail counter, which is just south of the trailhead. There is a weird little spike in purple on the month of April. I would ignore that. I think somebody was standing next to the counter for a couple of days, or we had a weed or something that was getting counted. But if you ignore that and look at the other numbers, you can see that during the nicer months of the year, we're generally averaging over 200 users per day. And this trail carries a mix of commuters and recreational cyclists and pedestrians. Just to talk about the local priorities on this, we've included it in the city's bicycle plan and the regional bike and trail plans. It's been in the mall in one form or another for years, but as we've kind of pinned down the alignment, we've been updating those plans. We really see it as a key element in connecting the regional trail network. It's been a goal for a long time to connect the Fish Lake Trail to the Centennial Trail, as those are like the two big keystone trails for the region. We also are excited about improving the traffic signal at Government Way and Sunset, where the trail has to cross. Right now, it's not very easy to do it on a bike, where there's a curb in the way, the ADA ramps are not quite wide enough. It's kind of hard to get to the push button if you're on a bike. So excited about making that better. And then also adding a crosswalk on Government Way so that people who live in the neighborhood adjacent to the trail can easily cross the street. And then in this area, we're actually looking to separate the trail quite a bit. So you can see the existing pathway that's there. We will replace that by moving it over to the right, just, I don't know, approximately by the amount shown on the arrow on the screen, and try to line it up a little bit more with the old rail route. So on the right-hand side of that picture, you can see there's a little bit of a berm. That's where the train used to run right there. So we'd like to push the trail over and give it a more natural feel, some separation from the road, maybe put in some more trees in that area to give it a buffer. And then also, as we get into phase 2, we're really going to be looking at how we minimize impacts to the dog park and to the disc golf course. So I want to talk about the neighborhood connectivity aspect of it a little bit more. So the Thorpe work site is basically just trying to connect the trail to the street that runs underneath it, because right now the trail is grade separated above the road and there's a tunnel that the road runs through. So if you look at the picture on the right-hand side, this is how you get to the trail right now if you want to ride your bike on it from Thorpe Road. And this is the best of the multiple dirt trails that go up there. It's about a 50 vertical feet climb to get up there. It's quite steep, probably about a 20-25% grade as you're pushing your bike up there. So want to replace that with something that is ADA accessible and much more user-friendly. And then for the neighbors who live on the other side of Government Way, I'm showing the intersection of 5th and Government Way right now. We would put an enhanced crosswalk in there with a rapid flash beacon to help people get across the street and access the trail. I'll just touch on some of the sustainability aspects of it. We are mostly using an existing rail or roadway footprint. We are going to try to minimize tree removal and create opportunities to add street trees along Government Way. And in general, we expect the trail should reduce motor vehicle usage in the area. And now I'm just going to go through a few slides to kind of show you what some of the viewpoints are from the trail. So at the south end, this is the Thorpe Road work site. The photo is taken on the Fish Lake Trail looking down on Thorpe Road. So our little connection there will provide a route from the tunnel in the upper left of the picture where there's a sidewalk. And on the other side of that tunnel, there's a big group of apartment complexes and plans for a very large subdivision. So if we connect it to that sidewalk in the tunnel, they'll have an accessible route, and then we'll pave it from there and kind of take it up the side of the hill to up the other railroad grade to connect with the trail. This is just an existing section of the trail just to show you what it looks like. Has some kind of cool basalt outcroppings. This would be at the end of phase 1. This is at the top of the dog park. And if you think back to that picture I showed at the beginning with the railroad trestle, this is the other end of that railroad trestle. So I think this would be a cool spot to, have a little scenic interpretive sign that shows the old trestle and talks a little bit about the history of the area. But it's a very cool view. This picture does not do it justice. You can see the Spokane River. You can see down through High Bridge Park, and you can see a lot of the houses in the neighborhood up on the bluff to the right. And this would come later, but just to give you the flavor of what the complete project would look like, this would be on phase 2. You would cross Latah Creek, which is very pretty. And then at the end of phase 2, it connects into the Spokane River and to the South Gorge Trail. So you have more viewpoints down there. So in summary, we're just looking for some additional funding to help us complete phase 1 of connecting Fish Lake to the Centennial Trail, planning for 2026 construction. And we plan to pursue further funding for phase 2 with the next federal allocation that comes to our region, which should be next spring in 2025. So we're hoping to do them pretty close to back. And that's the end. Any questions or comments? We're here for comments, right?
Great, thank you so much. You do have a minute to spare, so for the final presentation in August, you can incorporate a little more detail as needed to use up your full time if you'd like. And also before August, we can work with you just to make sure you're labeling your slides with the criteria in exact order, just to make sure it's all in alignment with our manual.
Okay.
So, all right, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you. Boy, I see this as a really, really, really strong proposal. I appreciate very much what you're trying to do, and I think you've presented a really outstanding rationale for what's going on. But as Allison says, it will really help your evaluators if you will just spoon feed us one after another down those criteria, and you've got huge scores available to you in a lot of those categories, and I think you'll do very, very well. But make it easy for us. Just really, really spoon feed it in there. I think that'll be great. The only other comment I have is that Thorpe Road, the little Thorpe Road piece, it's difficult to visualize. It's really kind of hard to see what you're doing. I think I got it. I think I got the whole grip on exactly what the deal was. And I can't give you an exact recommendation for some better maps or better images that will help. But that's a little confusing, that piece down there.
Okay.
So it would be I'm not sure it's all that critical, but I wanted to see all the details. So based for this presentation, that really is what I've got to say. But I have one big question for you, which is not really relevant to what we score on this one. Do you have the right of way for phase 2? Do you have that right of way in hand all the way down to the river and to the end of the pedestrian bridge? Is that all? You have
Yes.
that already?
It's all, phase 2 is all owned by city parks.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. And we'll say Brian, then Kelly, and then Mike.
Sure. Hey, thank you. Great presentation. I think I recall this one coming to at least part of it to DOT in the past, and it didn't quite fit our criteria as well. So this might be the even better place for it than RCO. I like that you mentioned the crossings and that you're enhancing crossings. It would be good to know, it really help us to know how many people are going to have good access to this who don't really have good access now. And I know the city does great work in making the right kinds of crossings. I also appreciate that last comment of it's difficult to envision the Thorpe piece. I remember spending quite a long time wrapping my head around what's going on here. And eventually I got it because I was reviewing your grant. And but yeah, that just does underscore that sometimes it's complicated to visualize. And if you get somebody who's good at even just penciling in something that helps people to see how it works. One last thing, I was you might under sustainability or wildlife or whatever, talk about reducing the goat trail development. As you said, there's a lot of people trying to find their way down, and if you make the right path, then it's a net improvement of that corridor. And thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly?
Mine ends up kind of echoing a little what Brian was talking about. I think it would be with the usage point. I think it'd be a really strong case for, like, you already have it for phase 2, but it could help sell phase 1, showing the benefit of connecting it all the way up to Kendall Yards and getting everybody north. So I'm in Spokane, so I have the benefit of kind of knowing what you're talking about. We live a mile up from TJ Meanox and can just hit Doomsday and go up. And I think really highlighting the fact for especially people that don't know where you're talking about in Spokane, just opening up that access to the whole North Hill to get out to Cheney, to get to other access. I think that's a huge selling point too. And since you've got the extra time to add the details like that, but even though it does rely on phase 2, it could help sell phase 1 with just getting all of us up north. Especially my husband works in Cheney, so it's a benefit for for that too. But I think that could be a huge, just showing the whole regional picture of north too.
Okay. Thanks.
Mike?
Yeah, a couple of things that was kind of mentioned with some of the other questions, but I think just to reiterate, going through the rubrics somewhat, systemically helps us with when we, grade when we grade the presentations, just to make sure that you get the greatest amounts of points. I think that I think one of the things that makes this a really, really interesting proposal is that by connecting this trail to the Centennial Trail, you're really kind of at the nexus of a really large integrated trail system. So, the Centennial Trail, of course, goes all the way to Coeur d'Alene, the Columbia Plateau Trail, even though it's a work in progress, goes, miles and miles and miles. I think that showing that, doing the 10,000-foot view of those connections, I think would be really, really important. That would kind of make your, would help you with your linkage between other communities as well. The last thing is that I think that it would be helpful to me if you could show some of the supporters that are, that would be willing to write a letter saying that they support this project, or that there might be some volunteer organizations who might help you with some in-kind donations, whether that be in construction phase or, maintenance long-term. I think that would hit one of the rubrics for us also. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your comments and questions. So thank you so much, Inga, for your presentation. We will, like I said, we'll work with you. We'll be sending along our own comments and the compilation of all of the reviewers as well in the next week or two. And then we can help as needed to fine tune the presentation to make sure you're addressing all the criteria necessary. So thank you so much. And this brings us to our lunch break. So we will be meeting again after lunch at 1:05 to get us back on schedule. We're just a few minutes behind. So please be back to your computers by 1:05 and we will jump back in with Whatcom County Parks and Recreation. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. If the reviewers just want to again turn on their cameras for a second or give me a thumbs up just to so I know everyone is back in front of their computers. Hi there. So next up, we have Whatcom County Parks and Recreation. I know we have Bennett here who will be doing the PowerPoint today. So Bennett, I will get your PowerPoint pulled up and then I will give you instructions on how to move the slides forward.
Okay.
Okay, so Bennett, I've added you to have remote control. So if you just want to double click on your screen, and then you should be able to use the arrows, move back and forth. It looks like you're doing it.
Okay.
Okay, so you will have 15 minutes. So I'm going to set the timer for you. And whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and start your presentation.
Okay, thanks. Yes, so Bennett Knox, Whatcom County Parks and Recreation. I'm here today to present on our project, which is the addition of the Carrasco property to the South Fork Park Complex. This is in Northwest Washington in Whatcom County. So I will zoom in into the project location. So the location is, if you look at the left inset map, so we are approximately 5 miles southeast of unincorporated Acme, Washington. It's located near State Route 9 and adjacent to the South Fork of the Nooksack River in the Acme Valley. So it's a 45-minute drive east of the city of Bellingham if you pass around Lake Whatcom and Stewart Mountain, so it's not direct. It is roughly equidistant between the cities of Cedro Valley to the south and Sumas to the north. Looking over at the right inset map, this shows the location in the vicinity of the Acme Valley. So South Fork Park is a regional park under development. As a regional park, we define our service area as a radius of 25 miles. So South Fork Park consists of a northern trailhead area, which is currently developed. And then the areas in the south on this map, Overby Farm and Nesset Farm, are currently not accessible to the public. And they are separated by a gap from South Fork Park. So the acquisition goals for our project, this is an acquisition project, as well as removal of structures on Carrasco property. This will, for the first time, provide convenient public access from Carrasco to Nesset Farm. It will be a location for future trailhead development to connect the currently disconnected sections of South Fork Park to each other, as well as opportunities to connect to trail systems in the area. And then finally, a goal is to promote recreation-based economic development in the Acme Valley generally. So zooming in, this is the 40-acre parcel. The shaded green area is 29.5 acres that are currently under conservation easement held by the Whatcom Land Trust. The remaining acreage that's the open area is where the structures are, and that is where the recreational development would occur. So moving on to local priorities. So starting with a recreation inventory. So South Fork Park is 600 acres currently. It is one of 2 parks in the Acme Valley. The other is a small community park in a few miles to the north in Van Zant, which has a pickleball court, a basketball court, a restaurant, a playground facility, and some picnic areas. But South Fork Park is the main recreation amenity in terms of our parks in the area. It consists of a restroom facility and then 2 day-use parking areas, one for cars and then one for equestrian trailers. There is a 1.5-mile meadow perimeter trail within the park. However, there is no current trail access formally from South Fork Park, this area, to other areas. Although we do have a DNR easement, which there hasn't been a trail constructed. The routing is still in question that would create a long 6.5-mile access from this area to the south. And in addition, in the area, there are private and DNR forest roads that are accessible as well. So moving to the south of South Fork Park. So this is Nesset Farm. It is an underutilized community asset because we, again, don't have a public access to it since its purchased in 1998. Again, without the Carrasco parcel, public access could be developed from the north along a 6.5-mile trail through DNR. Although that is really not convenient for us in terms of how we would utilize this property and activate it for use. So the Nesset, we have a partnership with the Nesset Foundation, and they have been responsible for renovating the facilities. And then that is a main partnership for us to developing this for the future so that we can preserve the asset and utilize it for future activity. Again, with local priorities, so talking about the service gaps, I've referenced this. So the Carrasco property is in the middle there with the a green outline, dotted line outline. Access is to the north currently through a potential easement through DNR. We have the easement, but we need to build the trail through DNR to the green shaded parcel, which is county property, that's Nesset Farm. Currently, the only access we have to Nesset Farm is through this orange shaded property called Baki Farms. That is a property that has very limited access. It's access for authorized personnel only. There are some instances where we could perhaps have a school group and a bus or people with disabilities allowed access, but generally the access is going to have to be through the pedestrian trail from Carrasco. What is also shown on this, the yellow shaded area, that's private timberland. To the east of that is a Whatcom Land Trust area called Skookum Creek, which was recently purchased and is going to have access for recreational amenities. And then to the south, you see the Whatcom Land Trust property, which is associated with Edfro Creek. So these are two areas where a trailhead at Carrasco will give us potential access to these other trail systems, as well as to DNR road systems potentially through the easement to the north. It is worth mentioning another service gap. So this is another reason why we're looking for other options related to this trail connection between the north and south sections of the park. There are tribal concerns related to the location of the easement on DNR property that would go to the north. And so we're looking to provide options that would allow us to address those concerns. And also in terms of the plans that this project fits into, we'll point to our 2024 Comprehensive Parks, Recreation, Open Space Plan. So this plan does prioritize regional park development, and so South Fork Park development is a priority in that plan. The headline here is Whatcom County bans tubing on the Nooksack River. So I'm highlighting here the recreational issues in the area. This tubing ban is in place to preserve and enhance salmon habitat on the Nooksack River. It did have a cost in terms of economic impact to businesses who relied on the recreation users associated with tubing. So this gives us an opportunity to have a conversation with the community around what other responsible recreational opportunities are possible, particularly related to trail development associated with South Fork Park. So, and again, out of our CPRO's plan, the Nesset Farm to South Fork Park trail connection across that gap is a major planning initiative. So this purchase fits into that. So in terms of amenity development, so again, this is an aerial photo with the overlay of our concept plan. So 40-acre property, 29.5 under a conservation easement. That conservation easement preserves some really good quality forest habitat as well as some forested wetlands. What we envision for future development would be a trailhead similar to what is in the north of South Fork Park. So this would be kind of bookend trailheads with parking for trailers, parking for cars, an ADA restroom facility, as well as wayfinding and interpretive signage, and then the trail connections, which I will elaborate on here in a second. In terms of structures on the property, this property was operated as a VRBO recently. The owners lived in the San Juan, so they had a management company that rented out what you see is amenity number 1 here. That's the residence. Number 2 is a barn with there were 2 small apartments and equipment storage. That is where the VRBO attendant lived. And then the owners were horse people, so they did have a small riding stable and this yurt, which is was also used as part of the rental process. So we don't have a use for these facilities and do envision that they would all be removed so that we can move towards trailhead amenity construction. In terms of the recreational opportunities, reference these, so equestrian trails, opportunities for hiking. There is a trail called the Bellingham to Baker, which would pass through this area, potentially through this area as well, that offers hiking and trail running opportunities. And then, of course, Nesset Farm, that's the photo on the bottom. Outdoor interpretation associated with the historical facilities is a key component of that, and with participants hiking in from the Carrasco property. Moving on a little bit. So immediacy of threat. This property was a critical acquisition. I've referenced the need for access. The owners live in the San Juans. They approached the county in 2022, letting us know that they were going to put this on the market, that they intended to sell. They did want to give the county the opportunity. The Nesset Foundation and the Whatcom Land Trust both supported the acquisition for fear that not doing so would really cause us to lose this opportunity for convenient access to Nesset Farm off of Saxon Road. Another point to make is the family that owns the Bakke Farms. They were also interested in purchasing the property from the Carrascos. And fortunately, the county was able to do that. I think I mentioned that the Bakkes have really not been in favor of allowing public access through their property. So in terms of project engagement, going back in history here, so South Fork Park, there was an acquisition phase in the late 80s through the mid 90s, which put basically the pieces in place, although there was a gap that remained. We did as a department, did conceptual master planning in the period from 2007 to 2012. And through that process, standard master plan process had public engagement, public meetings, stakeholder meetings, the full range, and is also coordinated with the Whatcom County Council on the planning. More recently, as I've come on in September of 2022, and we've looked at purchasing the Carrasco property, we have had communication with tribal entities, so the Nooksack, the Lummi, and the Swinomish, as well as DNR, around their concerns and goals in the area. And so those conversations we anticipate will continue as we develop the more detailed trail planning. We also, post tubing ban, engaged with the community of Acme around what their concerns were and what needs they might have, or vision they might have for how recreation could support the local community as well. Those conversations will continue. And then the Nesset Foundation, a key partner on this. We've been working with them in terms of how can we activate Nesset Farm once Carrasco access is in place and the trail connection is made. And then I'll also add, moving forward, we are looking to engage with the Park Service potentially through their Rivers, Trails, and Conservation Assistance Program. There is an active RTCA application or grant in place related to Stewart Mountain, which is just to the west, a large planned acquisition phase that would have a recreation component. So we're looking to potentially piggyback on that process, or if necessary, try to put in an application for our own. In terms of trail connection, so I've highlighted a lot of these, but if you look at the map on the right, that really does show the trail connection from the Carrasco property to Nesset. It also shows the orange and yellow lines, the orange being potential equestrian trail connections that would take advantage potentially of a DNR easement that exists. It would also potentially take advantage of additional acquisition should we be successful along the Nooksack River to make the connection between the north and the south areas of the park. Also shows access to Skookum Creek to the east, as well as Edfro Creek to the south. And then the yellow line is potential routing for the Bellingham to Baker Trail, which would go across Stewart Mountain to the west into Bellingham. A couple of other, also this is, sorry, the Bellingham to Baker Trail, showing that potential route all the way into Bellingham. Other potential trail linkages, we highlight the DNR's Bellingham to Baker Trail, which calls for some recreational opportunities just west of this area. So the Mirror Lake on the map, it's the Anderson Creek area. So that's a possibility to connect to those systems. In addition, we highlight the passage of the Pacific Northwest National Scenic Trail does come up into Whatcom County along Route 9, so just a few miles from Acme. So again, this would be a potential connection that could be made in the future, again, based on further planning and discussion. linkages between communities. So if you look at the inset on the right, this really just highlights how we have the potential to go from this Acme Valley with the Bellingham to Baker Trail over into the western area of the county, connecting up to our park, Lake Whatcom, which then gives you access to a lot of trail systems in the Bellingham area. So that's a very exciting connection. I also highlighted on the right sheet the connections to Skookum Creek, the connections to Edfo Creek, DNR property in the south, as well as other DNR property in the area, and just within the South Fork Park complex itself. So finally, in terms of cost efficiencies, worth noting, we do have a $150,000 commitment from the Nesset Foundation to put towards demolition of structures associated with Carrasco property. And they also are looking, as we get to the implementation phase, of actually constructing the trail connection between Carrasco and Nesset. These are some photos of the Nessets, historical photos of the owners of the Nesset farm. And so again, that partnership has been quite productive for us. So I think I'm close to time. Happy to answer. Thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you so much, Bennett. It looks like you have about 30 seconds left. And I will say you are, there's a few criteria you want to make sure that you're addressing, so you can work with your grants manager to make sure that you're hitting all of the necessary criteria from our grant manual. Anyone have any questions or comments? Brian?
Hi, thank you for that. And I guess I'm still trying to connect the dots. So there's a lot of little pieces in here. So if you have 30 more seconds to be able to find ways to do that, to make it just connect people quickly to the value of the acquisition and what trails you will be able to access. And the Bellingham to Baker is in there. How certain is that? That might be. I mean, if it's a highly conceptual and could go in many different directions, it may not want to be. I think you highlighted it 2 or 3 times, and it should just basically put it into context. But it does look like there are equestrian trails now, if I'm understanding correctly, and that maybe that's more of the draw for this, that this is more valued as a local hiking and maybe broader equestrian trail value. Just some thoughts.
Great, I appreciate that. I will certainly look at that and try to make that clear. Thank you.
And Mike.
Yeah, nice presentation. I have a number of concerns that I'd like to see some more information on. I think the first one is, I really like big maps that show connections between, potential trails. And like, if you're going to, suggest that this is going to actually connect with the Pacific Northwest Trail, then I'd like to see that, connection and, what the land ownership kind of stuff, because if it's not going to connect, it's kind of a stretch of calling that, something that's part of this. I think, the other thing is I think your map showing, these trails that just kind of run off the edge of the map is could be done better. And also showing, am I correct when I see all the trails on this last map that these are existing trails, or are the yellow lines like up Skookum Creek, are those potential trails?
Right, so I should put the legend there. Those are potential trails at this point. And that the legend shows that, but obviously I don't have the legend on here.
Okay, yeah, the legend, of course, would really, really help. Now, so the existing trail, it goes along the river and doesn't go into the DNR property. Is that correct?
So the existing trail, that is the red dotted line, that's the Skookum, Edford Creek Trail connection.
Okay, just the red dotted line. Okay.
And then there's the other trail that I mentioned in the beginning was this Meadow Trail, which is up in the northern section of South Fork Park.
Gotcha. Yeah, right. That's the one I was looking at. Okay, so all right, so my next question is, this is more of a kind of a, well, I got a couple of questions here. The next one is, you know, that's the DNR land up there is forest board land. And I'm sure you're probably aware that the county can reconvey that land at any time, as it's done in Stewart Mountain and, you know, Lake Whatcom. I'm wondering whether that is something that you guys have talked about, because then you don't have to go through the whole easement process. You actually can just amend it into into Whatcom County Parks.
I think we're aware of that possibility. It's not something we're considering at the moment, so that's why I didn't reference that.
Okay, but that would be something to think about. Okay, so then the last thing is that when we have tribal concerns, you know, on trails or in recreation, obviously that is paramount in regards to importance. Is the concern? I don't want you to delineating to what the specific concerns of the tribes are, but is it more of a recreation concern? Is it a fisheries concern, or is it you know, something else that would potentially put a roadblock into your project going through?
It is more of a proximity concern related to recreation. So, you know, it's a routing issue has been the issue in that area that we're showing on this particular map to the north. So, you know, there's been expressions that, you know, perhaps we should look at some alternate locations. And so that's part of the benefit of this Carrasco property, is it gives us the potential to do that, in, you know, as we look at some of the gap that we have there in the middle. So it would require some additional acquisition, but it would allow us to look at rerouting to be able to avoid some of their locations of concern.
Okay, so I'm probably correct, I suppose, if I say this. There's no possibility you could get any type of, you know, letter or anything from the tribes before we go to the final presentation here to alleviate the, you know, the tribal concerns.
I wish I could commit to that. It's something that we could attempt, but I don't know how likely that would be.
Okay, and then the last one, and I'm sorry for taking up too much time, but I really think this is a great project, but you know, we have to be concerned about, you know, these issues. Is you know, I'm always I really think it's important to get support from organizations, both local, countywide. And so if I hope you would be submitting something from the land trust that would be, you know, in approval of what it is that you're doing.
We do have I think it was an attachment in the application. We did have letters of support from the land trust, from Backcountry Horsemen, as well as the
Good.
Foundation.
Good. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mike. Any other questions or comments from the reviewers? Okay, so, Heidi?
Yeah, I mean, it's not maybe necessarily totally directly related to the acquisition, but when you've got that connection to the community plan map and you're going up to Nesset Farm, I'm just curious why you couldn't have a trail that just continues up to Overby instead of going through the DNR parcel. So that was one question. And because it would also, if you did do the section through the DNR property, it looks like it would make a loop, but there may be issues in there that aren't clear. And then the other question I have is about like with the acquisition and it being like so equestrian focused, it seems like already, and then in the future, like the demolition of some of the structures and things like that. It almost seems like having a covered riding arena would be an amenity, for the community potentially. But I just wondered, so, what your thoughts were about that, those facilities as they could be potentially part of the property.
Right. On the first question, I should have made clear, Nesset Farm itself has a conservation easement that limits access through for pedestrians. So the equestrian access does need to go around to Overby. So I really need to make that clear, obviously. And then yes, the riding stable was the one structure that we did look at as to whether it might be worth keeping. So I think what we did was an analysis of equestrian facilities in the area, and it's just this idea of we've got backcountry trails versus more standard equestrian facilities. We just didn't see a role for that structure.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Bennett, for your time today. And your grant manager, Rachel, will be in touch with you with her additional comments and to get you answers you need before preparing for the August final evaluation. So thank you so much, and we'll be in touch soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Lindsay should be on the line, I believe.
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay. So I will go ahead and give you controls. So if you could double click on the screen and make sure that you can move forward and backward using the arrow keys on your computer or those down below.
Perfect.
So I'll start the timer for 15 minutes and you can get started whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lindsay Desmol. I'm with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm the project manager for the Spencer Island Boardwalk Trail project. There, okay. So Spencer Island is located just north of Seattle in the Puget Sound area. It's located in the city of Everett along the I-5 corridor. And you can see from this slide just how close it is to the city of Everett. It's right next door, and you can see I-5 in that visual as well. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife owns the northern half of Spencer Island, and Snohomish County Parks owns the southern half of Spencer Island. And the main project goals for this boardwalk project are really first and foremost to maintain walk-in recreational access to DFW's property. We have owned this property since 1989, and since then it's been a really important place for waterfowl hunting, primarily bird watching and dog walking. It's one of the only places left in the Snohomish estuary area for walk-in waterfowl hunting. And then another main project goal is really to provide a more immersive educational experience for visitors and for site users. We really want to foster an appreciation of estuary restoration in this site and really tell the story of the Snohomish estuary. There's been a lot of restoration happening here in the last 20 years, and a lot of folks who live around this site don't know a lot about it except for what they can see from I-5. So the unfortunate reality of restoration is that it does typically tend to negatively impact walk-in recreation, especially on the west side of Washington in the Puget Sound region. A lot of estuary restoration takes away the ability of users to walk into a site. And Spencer Island is unfortunately one of those as well. So Department of Fish and Wildlife is working on a restoration project right now at Spencer Island. And part of that project entails removing a large portion of the perimeter dike around the island. So everything you can see on this left visual here in blue, that will be trail that's going to be removed from Spencer Island. It's just over a mile And this location is unfortunately frequently used by visitors, but we need to restore it to make it more beneficial to juvenile Chinook salmon. And this is something that we see in the Snohomish Estuary, and we see it all over Puget Sound. We've seen it in the past, and unfortunately, we will see it in the future as well. On the right side here, in green, these are two project locations that will potentially happen in the future. One is DFW's EB Island project, and one is Snohomish County Chinook Marsh project. Both are heavily used recreationally and may be taken out of recreational access at some point. And so the dikes at Spencer Island naturally breached back in the mid-2000s. And so the site is tidally inundated already. As I mentioned, it's mostly surrounded by a perimeter dike, aside from those couple of breaches. And historically, there was a trail going around the entire island. Now, a large portion of that trail has been cut off because of those dike breaches, but a large portion of it remains. Unfortunately, dikes aren't meant to hold water back from both sides, and so it's really taken a hit. The trail itself is crumbling away. You can see in some of these visuals, there's big cracks. A lot of it is not level. It's really eroding. It's creating tripping hazards. It's not the best place for public use if you have some physical limitations. And then Snohomish County built a boardwalk and viewing platform back when the site was still dry. And they did not intend for it to withstand tidal inundation. And so you can see that it is underwater most of the time. So what we intend to do when we remove a portion of the dike along Union Slough here with the restoration project is we'll take that dike down to about the 10-foot level and then hopefully build a boardwalk going along the same footprint. So that location was chosen primarily because that land tends to be more compacted and easier to build upon. And we had considered actually putting the boardwalk more out into the marsh plain just to give visitors kind of that view in the marsh, but we wanted to avoid damaging the marsh plain, and we also wanted to avoid any conflict that may arise between walk-in access and waterfowl hunting. The little circles on this map are hopefully interpretive signs that we will add to improve that educational experience as well. So immediacy of threat. The Spencer Island Restoration Project is going forward. We have almost all of our funding secured, and we are slated to go to construction in spring of 2027. So regardless of whether we have funding for this boardwalk project, these trails will be taken away, the project will continue, and we'll either open the site back up with or without the boardwalk. So immediacy of threat is very real. These trails are going away with or without boardwalk funding. A group of us, some biologists and habitat engineers, visited the Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge last October in preparation for some of our boardwalk projects at DFW. And we really talked with the staff there about lessons learned from their boardwalk, what they would do differently if they were given the choice. And our engineers came away from that visit just with a greater knowledge about boardwalk design. I think really we would probably use something similar to what Nisqually did, including the diamond pier foundations that you can see up in the corner here. But there are some lessons learned that we would take away and probably make a few tweaks to it. Cost estimate wise, the diamond pier foundations, we got a quote directly from them. And then the materials were collected. These quotes were collected from the suppliers who supplied the Nisqually Boardwalk. We would probably use a more local supplier. I believe they're from Oregon, but it gave us a good total. The numbers that you see in PRISM, the additional numbers, were supplied by our capital and asset management program, so CAMP. And so we're asking for 1.5 in this grant. We would cover the additional costs with other grants. So we have not secured funding for this project yet. As I said before, we've secured almost all of our funding for the restoration project. And so we have had public meetings for the restoration project itself, but we didn't want to do any community outreach about the boardwalk without having some financial security that the project would move forward. We didn't want to make any promises that we weren't able to meet if we weren't able to secure funding. So if we are able to secure funding, we will go ahead and immediately begin to engage with the community, our Snoqualmie Wildlife Area Advisory Committee, Pilchuck Audubon, of course, the Tulalip tribes. Washington Waterfowl Association is a good partner for waterfowl hunting, WTA. And then I've already started working with Everett School District to implement some more educational features on site. And then we'll also work with DFW's ADA Advisory Committee in boardwalk design. So sustainability, and you'll see something similar on the next slide as well. The purpose of this boardwalk is really to remove that barrier to provide natural ecosystem function on site. And still be able to allow public access. So there's no other kind of trail feature that would still allow nutrient, sediment, and hydrologic transfer on this newly restored site, really to improve that connectivity for juvenile salmon to use the site. You know, if we left that levee in place and left the trail in place, we wouldn't have that same ecological function. We do hope to utilize building materials from local businesses, potentially even look for donations from local businesses. And then given the shape the trails are in on the site right now, we expect to provide more experiences for a variety of users. So ADA, any strollers, bikes, that kind of thing. And enhancement of habitat, this is very similar. You know, our goal is really to enhance habitat to our greatest extent possible on this site. We want to remove that hydrologic stressor, which is the levee, and that has essentially eliminated water flow and sediment accretion and has really limited connectivity for juvenile salmon. So being able to remove that and instead put a boardwalk in its place would have a lot of beneficial impacts for habitat. So there is a large trail system that runs nearby Spencer, and it's a pretty small visual, but hopefully you guys can see that map. There's a trail that runs from Langus Park right on the main stem of the Snohomish River, all the way down the main stem of the Snohomish, and then it veers upwards. It goes up Union Slough, and right there is where it connects with Spencer Island. Now that is all paved. It's very, very heavily used by the community. Then it heads further north up to Smith Island. That's graveled, but altogether it's very flat, and it's just about 3 miles. So as I said before, it's very heavily used by the community, and that trail connects directly to Spencer Island. So while this trail would not necessarily literally link communities, Spencer Island is really, really centrally located, right smack dab in the middle of a growing, booming population. So you have Everett to the west, Marysville is just to the north, and that population is really quickly growing. Lake Stevens is to the northeast, and Snohomish is to the southeast. So even though it doesn't literally connect, say, neighborhoods or different cities, its central location makes it a perfect spot for something like a boardwalk. So water access or views, I Google mapped it, and it is exactly a 14-minute walk from the parking lot to the start of the boardwalk. We expect unobstructed views from the boardwalk into Spencer Island. It might be slightly obstructed into Union Slough from vegetation and trees. But you will have water views the entire way. Union Slough only goes dry at the lowest low tides. Spencer Island, of course, is tidally inundated, so it is dry twice a day. but you should have view opportunities the entire length of the boardwalk. We're trying to find a way to include ramps or stairs or some way for people to access the marsh, particularly for waterfowl hunting. And then these percentages here are just a surprising example. We had a survey out on the site for a number of years, asking people how often they visit Spencer Island, where they go, what kind of activities they do. And we were really surprised that visitors go up north to the DFW property as often as they go down south to the Snohomish County Parks property. We weren't sure before that survey how much people were actually using our property, but it's split pretty good down the middle. And then scenic values. This will offer great scenic values. So with this habitat restoration project, we plan to create a variety of habitats. And then I did a little research, and there are very few boardwalks in the Puget Sound area that go through estuarine areas. A lot of them are through forests or in freshwater wetlands. And to my knowledge, there are none in North Puget Sound. And so this would kind of be a first of its kind. It offers really sweeping views of not only the estuary, but Mount Baker as well. And there's a lot of critters that use this area that I think people will be excited to see. So lots of birds, shorebirds, birds of prey, songbirds, as well as, of course, salmon. And then there is an otter family that lives at Spencer Island that is really fun to watch. And finally, and this is really important, cost efficiency. So we are planning to design and construct this boardwalk alongside the restoration project. And that's really important because a lot of the factors that go into the boardwalk, we can pair financially with the restoration project. So any cultural resources, any sort of site preparation or land clearing, in some cases, potentially even design work can be directly factored into restoration. Permits we're still going to have to pay for on our own for this project. But we get a lot of cost savings by lumping this in with the restoration project. If we cannot pair this with the restoration project, if the funding doesn't align, if we can't get funded in time, we can't construct this boardwalk just because the cost will exponentially increase. So other funding is being pursued. We have a couple of NOAA grants in the works, and then we have been talking about putting in a capital budget request. We have not looked into donations or private grants yet, but that is something that I plan to look into in the future. And that is all I have for you. There's some quotes from our Spencer Island restoration project that pertain to the boardwalk. But yeah, I'm happy to take any questions from you guys.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. And you were pretty good on time. And I will say you addressed one criteria that you don't need to for the immediacy of threat. That's only for acquisition. So you can get rid of that one, and that will save you a little time too. Okay, so it looks like I know Heidi has her hand up, and then Andrew.
Thank you, Lindsay. That was a great presentation and definitely a compelling project. I actually accidentally put my hand up, but while I put it up, I thought I would just ask, like, what, do you have any idea about the likelihood of the additional, partner funding that or matching funding that you would need to get for this?
Yeah, so we are tentatively approved for some of the NOAA funding. And it's very, like, nothing's been formally released yet, but we've gotten positive feedback from NOAA that we may get funding through their climate resiliency grant. So if that was the case, that would be a large chunk of this funding, and that could be used as match. That wouldn't get us all the way there, but it would sure be a good help.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Andrew?
Yeah, I was wondering, did you consider an ALEA grant for this project. This seems to me to be a better fit in Aaliyah than it is in Trails.
Yeah, it was something I looked into. I thought the cost was maybe a little higher than would be allowed in Aaliyah, which is why I didn't pursue that.
I would suggest that, I realize it's kind of out of phase with what you're trying to do right now, but I would suggest that based on, I was involved in a project that was very much like this in trying to work recreation and conservation and restoration all together in one project. And I found that Aaliyah was a very sympathetic and useful place to try that. We were very successful with Aaliyah. There seems to be a bit more understanding and value on the conservation side in Aaliyah than there, which seems strange, but in any case, my suggestion would be that you might want to consider Aaliyah. Thank you.
Okay, noted. That's great. Thank you for that.
And Lindsay, RCO staff will be happy to chat with you about other possible categories for sure.
Okay.
James.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Lindsay, thank you for the presentation. Could you please take me back to the title of your project?
Oh yeah, it's the Spencer Island Boardwalk.
Spencer Island Boardwalk.
Yes.
Yeah, when I saw the title and then I was paying attention, I thought, oh, cool, a new boardwalk trail. I love the Nisqually Boardwalk. That'd be really cool on there. And then I get halfway, a little bit into the presentation, and I see that, oh, wait a minute. You're proposing to remove trail miles with money from WWRP trails? It didn't set well with me, to be frank, on that. That was my reaction at that moment.
Okay, good to know. Because we wouldn't be using trails money to actually remove the existing trails. That's being done mostly with federal funding.
So that part then would need to be clarified in black and white for somebody as simple-minded as I am.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Very
That's
much.
very good.
Any other comments or questions from the reviewers? Okay, hearing none. So thank you so much, Lindsay, for your time today. We will reach out to you to provide additional feedback and comments. Here, I'll go ahead and take the mouse back.
Okay.
So I can, there, now I have the controls back. So your grants manager will reach out to you and help you prepare for the August final presentation.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is State Parks with Paul. I see you're ready to go. Let me pull up your PowerPoint.
Yeah, hi, Allison.
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Okay, so I'm going to give you remote control. So you can go ahead and double click and make sure that you have the ability to move forward, which it looks like you do.
Yep.
And so I'm going to go ahead and start the timer for, you have 15 minutes.
Okay.
And go ahead and get started when you're ready.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Allison, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm Paul Knowles with Washington State Parks, and I'm here to present on our Spokane River Centennial Trail Phase 2 renovation project. So this project is located in Spokane County and partially within the city of Spokane. It's also located on the western third of the Centennial Trail, shown here in orange, and connects to a more extensive regional trail system that includes the Columbia Plateau, kind of running through the southwest of Spokane County. The Spokane River Centennial Trail is a 40-mile paved trail that is in that elite status for trails nationally. One of 1,300 trails that have received the National Recreation Trails designation. This trail has been an integral part of the greater Spokane community since its inception in 1989. According to TripAdvisor, it's number 3 out of 155 things to do in Spokane. So it's really one of our most popular attractions regionally. So zooming in on the neighborhood level here, you can see the project shown in kind of that off-white color adjacent to Spokane Falls Community College and through the eastern end of Riverside State Park. This project addresses a 3-mile section of the trail beginning at TJ Meenock Bridge on the east and heading west to Equestrian Lane. And so overall, our project goal with this project is to ensure that the trail can continue to provide a positive trail experience for the next 30 plus years. And so towards that effort, we're requesting a little over $2.2 million and bringing a little over $260,000 in match. Looking at similar long distance trails in the region, there are several significant trails, including Palouse Cascades and Columbia Plateau trails, but the Centennial Trail is the only one that is fully paved. The Centennial Trail serves as a critical backbone for the regional trail system in Spokane County. As you can see here, nearly every trail regionally connects into the Centennial Trail, and regional active transportation planners are constantly focusing on ways to connect neighborhoods and other trails to the Centennial Trail. And similarly to Interstate 90 that serves as the backbone to the regional transportation network here, the volume of use on the Centennial Trail dwarfs other regional trails, demonstrating the trail's importance in the regional network. The project aligns with Washington State's strategic plan, or Washington State Parks strategic plan, which urges the agency to make strategic decisions to determine priorities for facility repair, replacement, or removal. And I'll tell you why. By its very nature, the project's scoping needs to be strategic, as 5 jurisdictions must align on priorities through the interagency cooperative agreement for the trail that requires cooperation over the management and improvement of it. And through a trail maintenance plan update process I led last year, those jurisdictions unanimously agreed to place this project tied as their #1 priority with another project associated with phase 1, which was also funded through this category, and pledged $250,000 towards its implementation. And to help scope this project, we sent a community survey out. Comments zeroed us into this 3-mile section in particular because people are actively avoiding it and essentially routing onto an adjacent road due to the current condition of the asphalt. So on to project scope, there are 4 main elements to this project. One being a section, the eastern half, which will require a 1.5-inch asphalt overlay. There's also a retaining wall replacement. Thirdly, we're looking at renovating Military Cemetery Trailhead, kind of in the center of the project. And then the western half of the section of trail will require full depth demolition and rebuild. So I'm going to kind of break these down and go through each one. So this first item, section 1, I guess, from TJ Meenock Bridge west to Military Cemetery Trailhead will require 1.5-inch asphalt overlay and shoulder renovation. The second component is the retaining wall replacement, which doesn't look super bad here, but there are obvious signs that this is starting to fail, according to our civil engineer. The Military Cemetery Trailhead itself in the center of the project is going to require reconstruction of the parking area, ADA enhancements, a new fencing, and within that vicinity, we will be developing a pollinator refuge with assistance from the Xerces Society, as well as a developed viewpoint. And lastly, sort of the western half of this section of trail, this is what needs to be completely rebuilt. So full depth demo and rebuilding of the base, compaction, asphalt, and gravel shoulders. And here's why. Basically, these patches that you can see here, arrows pointing down at them, occur throughout this whole section. These patches have been redone 3 times in the last 20 years, the last time in 2018, and there are already 2-inch wide cracks on both sides of these patches. So moving on to project design, we're trying to take what we've learned from our phase 1 renovation project that's just wrapping up and applying those lessons to the project's design by ensuring that we address everything now through a holistic approach so that this section of trail will be able to function and provide a positive experience for the next 30 years. Specific to the trailhead, we've identified a series of improvements that together should help encourage more positive use of the trailhead while also providing us with the tools to manage and discourage negative use. I've designed and overseen construction of 7+ trailheads over the past 10 years and know that generally a trailhead that appears loved will receive love, and this is not one of those that appears loved and is neglected, and people are actively avoiding it right now because of it. We're also working to create a complete accessible experience along this section of trail by not just creating a barrier-free parking lot and restroom, but providing other accessible experiences in the vicinity, including a developed viewpoint looking over the river. The Pollinator Refuge will be designed in consultation with the Xerces Society and Eastern Washington University's biology program. An interpretive signage component will engage the community in citizen science, helping to track populations of native bees and monarch butterflies. And as for the project budget, we're taking a conservative approach, utilizing very recent per unit costs from the phase 1 renovation project. It's just wrapping up, and building in price escalation, 10% contingency, and sales tax on top of that. And we anticipate completing this project within the typical 2-year window provided by the RCO grant agreement, given our very recent experience implementing phase 1. Project engagement is ongoing, but to date, we have worked with the Friends of Centennial Trail to send out an online community survey to help scope the project. We've also engaged directly with groups like the Friends of Centennial Trail, Riverside State Park Foundation, and the Coordinating Council, the Xerces Society, and among others, to really scope and design this project. So for sustainability, a functional connected Centennial Trail is critical to helping fulfill the City of Spokane's sustainability action plan of providing a connected network of shared use pathways. For State Park's own sustainability plan, the Centennial Trail provides a non-motorized, carbon-free gateway to Riverside State Park's 100+ miles of trails, multiple campgrounds, and other amenities. The planned pollinator refuge will be designed and managed to support monarch butterflies as well as native bumblebee species, especially given that the site is located in a high priority area for bumblebee conservation. And this project encourages multimodal transportation with a bus stop next to the section of trail, encouraging multimodal and active transportation choices. As mentioned previously, there is a habitat enhancement component of this project focusing on creating a 0.8-acre pollinator refuge for native pollinators and establishing a citizen science station to monitor and report native bee and monarch butterfly sightings. This project will help maintain a contiguous trail connecting the Centennial Trail to other regional trails such as the Fish Lake, Columbia Plateau, Children of the Sun, and North Idaho Centennial Trails. This project and the trail as a whole connects communities to the larger statewide trail system, including the Cross-State Blues to Cascades Trail. At the neighborhood level, this project really is critical in maintaining bike pedestrian connectivity between neighborhoods in West Spokane with Spokane Falls Community College. The City of Spokane's bicycle master plan calls for additional trail connections. The Centennial Trail is shown here. Oh, there we go. Skipped ahead. Sorry, everybody. Okay, this slide. Overall, the Centennial Trail is so critical to connecting and linking communities throughout the urban core of Spokane County that each jurisdiction the trail runs through has voluntarily entered into an interlocal agreement to maintain and manage the trail. including contributing $20,000 annually towards a joint maintenance fund. Also, almost every jurisdiction currently has an active project to directly improve or connect to the Centennial Trail. This project provides water access in the form of expansive views of the Spokane River Gorge, with this photo being taken on the trail, no zoom, 10 minutes walk from the military cemetery trailhead. Many folks use the trail in this section to also access the Big Eddy, just kind of to the left of this image, for swimming and fishing and things like that. One viewpoint is located next to the trailhead, while the other is a 10-minute walk from it. 100% of visitors will be able to access the closer viewpoint, within an accessible, developed viewpoint being a component of this project. Oh, skip that again. Providing a little over 10% match with several non-governmental donations included. Donations have been pledged in writing or, in the case of the Coordinating Council, approved by unanimous vote. And that wraps up my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much, Paul.
Yeah.
So you do have some time to spare. If you have anything else to add before the August presentation, you have about two and a half minutes or so. But you did a nice job addressing all of the criteria.
Thanks, Allison.
Yeah, James.
Oh, did you say me?
Yes, I did.
Getting old, falling asleep. Sorry. Paul, that was one of the better presentations I've seen today. Very clear to the point. I appreciate that very much. When you talked about the military cemetery trailhead, my first thought was, will there be a restroom? Thought I'd ask.
There is one already there.
Is that part of the renovation?
It is not being addressed other than when there's a 1.5-inch asphalt overlay put on the trail adjacent to it. We'll have to address that connection. But currently there's ADA access to that restroom there.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And Brian.
Hi, yes, thank you. Easy to follow presentation. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
And I had a couple of questions. One is you mentioned the multimodal connectivity, and I appreciate all the work that Spokane is doing on that, but I don't see how this is part of it. It looks like this kind of goes off into recreational area, which is incredibly important recreational area. But I just wanted, if there is some bigger message of multimodal connectivity I missed, then if you could connect the dots for us, even if that's future segments of the trail that are going to be built to connect other communities. And the other piece that I feel like you were doing it towards the end, and it might be even more important. If I recall, and I did this a couple of years ago, restoration projects struggle with this grant program versus new trail, and that's always been a problem, and that's something I hope gets directly addressed. And maybe I've missed it. Maybe it's new now, and I need to hear more about that. But it's the sustainability piece that so many jurisdictions who are taking care of roads, they have a pavement restoration program, and they're constantly watching their pavement. But with trails, we often let them go, and then we get to this point where we have to completely restore, as you said, instead of being able to just do an overlay. And if we could be somehow convinced that that won't happen again in the next round, so that we're spending new trail dollars to take care of previous trail, which we absolutely have to do. But if there's a way to do that, I would love to hear that story and be sold on it.
That's a great thought. Thank you. Yeah, with this, we visited the site with our civil engineer, and I think the fact this area has been fixed 3 times and it continues to fail in the same way is why he prescribed kind of a full rebuild, because his sense is that there's some funky issues going on with the base supporting the trail itself. So if we went ahead and just said, hey, we're going to do a 1.5-inch overlay over this section too, we're going to start to see that cracking, within 10 years. And it's again, like when we got this project goal of trying to have this trail go for the next 30 plus years. That's why we're trying to just take that holistically. But yeah, I'll give it some thought and see how we can work on that aspect of the project. So thanks, Brian.
Andrew.
Yeah, I'm going to get up on my soapbox for just a moment here. Paul, I agree with you completely. And Brian brought up the fact that reconstruction versus repair versus maintenance is always a place where these critical projects get hung up in the evaluation process.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating and annoying to those of us who have to deal with these old dying trails. And you said something that sort of triggered something with me, and you said, we know that we have users that are now not using this section of trail.
Yeah.
That are going around it because they find it unsatisfying with respect to the alternatives.
Yep.
Boy, I would love to see that quantified. I wonder if we can't help with reconstruction by saying, because no trail actually dies, right? They just get crappier and crappier and crappier and crappier, and fewer and fewer and fewer users get on them. But they don't actually they do. And sometimes they just flat go away. But so at what point then can you say, look, it's dead. It's beyond its lifespan. And it just occurred to me that perhaps saying, 70% of my users won't use it anymore.
Yeah.
That's a powerful argument. That's something that, if we can bring numbers like that to the table, I think we can elevate the issue. And the other part of my little soapbox is aimed at the RCO folks. And I'm saying this needs to be solved in the criteria. That this is a criteria evaluation problem that needs to be addressed. We need to find we need to find closer parity when we're comparing these reconstruction problems with repair maintenance problems. I'm personally deeply involved with the trail that some sections of our trail are over 40 years old of chip seal.
Yep.
And oh baby. So it's an issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it looks like Mike put a comment in the chat that said it would be helpful if you could supply trail user numbers as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and we have those, so we'll look at them in the final presentation. Thanks,
Great.
Mike.
Any other questions or comments for Paul? All right. So your grant manager, Russell, will be in touch as you prepare for the August presentation.
Yeah.
One thing to be aware of is you did cover all the criteria, but we will be emailing everyone next week because we'll be changing up the numbering a little bit. So we want to make sure that you update the numbers themselves. So we'll have more detail on that soon, but just want to make sure you're aware of that.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks, Allison.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
Okay, so that brings us to our afternoon break. So please be back just a few minutes before our next presentation, which is the town of Winthrop at 2:35. Thank you. Hi, Brooklyn.
Hey, Allison.
Thank you for joining us today. We were just coming back from a break, so we'll give everyone a second just to get situated, and I will give you get you set up with controls to the PowerPoint.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and give you remote control. So you should be able to now double click on your screen, which will give you control, and then you can use the keyboard arrows to advance the slides or whatever works best for you.
Okay, great.
So
That
looks like
looks
you're moving
it's
them
all
forward.
working.
Perfect.
Great.
Okay, so what we have been doing is I set my timer for 15 minutes. So you can have that full time to go through your PowerPoint, and then at the end you have about 10 minutes for the reviewers to ask any questions or offer feedback. So I will go ahead and start your timer for 15 minutes, and you can get started with your presentation whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
My name is Rockland Culp, and I'm the planner for the town of Winthrop, and I'm talking to you today about the K. Wagner Riverwalk, which is a combined acquisition and development project. With this project, we will acquire trail easements across 5 landowners and construct 900 lineal feet of trail along the Chewak and Methow rivers in downtown Winthrop and restore riverbank vegetation to frame the incredible view that you see in this slide. Winthrop and this project are on the traditional homelands of the Methow people. Winthrop is located in the Methow Valley of north central Washington. We're 40 miles from Omak, the population center of Okanogan County. The nearest sizable city is Wenatchee, which is 100 miles away, and Seattle is 240 miles via Snoqualmie Pass. This time of year, visitors can reach Winthrop over the North Cascades Scenic Highway. Our town is a lively tourist destination that serves as a gateway to recreation throughout the Methow Valley. The Riverwalk is a planned trail through our downtown core, shown here as a green line. And this application is for the first segment of trail, which is at the south end of downtown, where it will connect to the existing Susie Stevens Trail. It's the area highlighted in red here. Number 1, project need. The Methow Valley offers vast swaths of public lands and an extensive network of trails. Thousands of people come here for trail-based recreation every year. Most trails require a drive of at least 15 minutes to get to the trailhead. In the town itself, we desperately need more places for people to walk. This headline from our local newspaper says, "Watch your step. Walking auditors find uneasy footing in downtown Winthrop." The article tells the story of our ongoing efforts to overcome a severe lack of pedestrian facilities in the town itself. Winthrop's existing town trail system consists of 2 trails, which would be joined by the Riverwalk. Starting at the north end in purple, the Satiqua Park offers a half-mile of unpaved trail through an open space park area. Then the paved multi-use Susie Stevens Trail, which is shown in blue, starts at the south end of downtown, crosses the Methow River, and heads south. This project addresses the area in red and fills in a gap in pedestrian traffic where people are actually forced to walk in the travel lanes of Highway 20 through in a portion of downtown. Since the development of the first segment of the Susie Stevens Trail, we've heard a steady demand for more trails that foster walking in town. Our recent park survey affirmed the fact that trails are the most valued and highly used recreational facility in our system. Right now, our trail system is fragmented. Riverwalk will connect 2 existing trails for about 2 miles of continuous trail connection. This project provides equity of access to an economically underserved population. While our social vulnerability index scores appear low, wealthy households outside of town, but within our census block, skew the picture of what is going on in town. Winthrop itself remains at about 2/3 of Washington's median income, and 55% of the households in town are below the Okanogan County median income. Our housing costs are high and wages are well below state averages. State parks, the Forest Service, and Met How trails all charge user fees, which are a barrier to many residents. Free access to places to walk helps improve health and community well-being for our lower income residents as well as for visitors. The Chewak and Met How rivers meet right in downtown and yet remain hidden from view, as you can see from the picture on the upper left-hand side. This project will connect downtown with the rivers to provide an entirely different experience. The Riverwalk aligns with key priorities in the state recreation plan as follows. It provides barrier-free recreation to people of all ages and abilities. The Riverwalk offers some of the most valued forms of recreation: walking, observing nature, and sightseeing. And we are providing recreation right in the heart of downtown where people are already going. Riverwalk will enhance community health and safety by offering a continuous route and improving pedestrian safety through some of the most dangerous spots in our walking environment. This project fulfills a long-held community vision. For more than 30 years, Winthrop's planning documents have identified a river trail through downtown. Our 2015 comprehensive plan and 2014 parks plan elevate the Riverwalk to top priority. Riverwalk is identified throughout the comp plan as an action priority. The project was vetted in recreation surveys over the past 20 years and has consistently garnered high support. In our most recent survey, 97% of respondents supported the project. In an open-ended question that asked people their top 3 priorities for recreation improvements, Riverwalk came out on top. Number 2, project scope. The banks of the Chewak and Met How rivers through downtown have been disturbed and heavily used over the past 100 years. Current uses along the proposed trail corridor include parking, private decks, and dilapidated structures. There are areas where native vegetation provides riparian habitat, but wherever feasible, development has historically pushed towards the river and created a varied set of conditions. This graphic shows our engineer's hand sketch of our design concept. Riverwalk will consist of a 6-foot wide, hard surfaced pedestrian path that will largely be constructed on piers or piles. The trail will be ADA accessible and keep a running slope of under 5%, adding pullouts where needed. It will be a pedestrian-only path due to the constraints of the narrow corridor and the need to preserve shoreline habitat values. Riverwalk is designed to offer visual access to the shorelines of the Met How and Chewak rivers. We have performed preliminary geotechnical work, a biological assessment, and cultural resource assessment along the Riverwalk corridor, and these findings inform our design concept. Immediacy of threat. This project, as mentioned, will acquire 5 easements, and 4 of those easements have already been donated to Met How Trails through a sort of a partnership agreement with us. And those easements will be conveyed to the town when the trail is ready for construction. The primary threat that we face is that those easements have a termination clause if the trail is not built within 10 years. So we're on a timeline to get that done, funded and done as soon as we can. Number 4, project design. Existing conditions dictate that this project fit into a complex river environment. Due to topography along the riverbank, the trail will have varied profiles. After exploring options, we have decided that the best fit will be an elevated walkway positioned on piles. This concept is illustrated in the sketch in the upper right, and a real-world example is shown in the photos on the lower half of the slide. The trail alignment is based on the existing built environment and the natural features of the landscape. Final design will depend on identifying the exact trail location with individual landowners. Each property is unique with features that need to be accounted for in the design, including elements of bank stabilization, railings, and riparian habitat restoration. Project engagement. This project has had high engagement. It's got a 30-year history of being envisioned by our community. We've had numerous volunteers and very significant stakeholder involvement over 20 years. It is a #1 priority in the current and previous park plans. It's a #1 priority of town residents in our 2024 park survey. And this quote from our chamber executive director is illustrative of the attitude that there is nothing that will be more impactful for our local culture and economy. #6, sustainability. The Methow and Chewak rivers are home to 3 endangered fish species, making it especially important that we do this project right. Our downtown shoreline designation allows for high-intensity uses up to 25 feet from ordinary high water mark. Landowners have historically utilized their land right up to and sometimes over the edge of what is allowed. Our Shoreline Master Program encourages public access in balance with protection of riparian resources. Public trails are an allowed use within the shoreline environment. We view this project as an opportunity to bring the public into the shoreline along a linear corridor that creates a buffer between businesses and the river environment and restores quality riverbank habitat between the trail and the river. Our design minimizes disturbance by routing the trail as much as along the top of the bank as much as possible along the elevation indicated by the dashed green line. This segment of trail is entirely above ordinary high water mark and does not have any impact on wetlands. During construction, we will utilize small equipment and methods that minimize disturbance. To the extent feasible, we will source local materials to minimize transportation costs. Although there is a lot of vegetation here, much of it consists of invasive species and areas of degraded habitat. This project includes restoration of the bank with suitable native vegetation. We've consulted with Department of Ecology, Fish and Wildlife, and Methow Salmon Recovery Foundation to help us craft a project that balances public access with habitat restoration. #9, wildlife habitat. Years of commercial downtown development have crowded the riparian habitat. The trail will fit between the developed shoreline and the riparian habitat, helping to buffer further encroachment from commercial development. The project includes restoration to ensure quality habitat consisting of an appropriate mix of native plants, shrubs, and trees. We hope this project will demonstrate the value of carefully placed access that allows the public to see examples of healthy shoreline and benefits to endangered species. I think I have my order out out order, so I'm not sure. This says 8. I'm not sure actually which number. I think this is 8, and the prior one was incorrectly. So hopefully you can get that straight. Anyway, linkages between trails. As shown on the inventory slide, we are working to connect 3 trails in town, as well as connecting to the Methow Trails network that takes off from the town trailhead. This project creates a direct connection between the existing Susie Stevens Trail and the first segment of Riverwalk. #9, linkages between communities. The joining of the Riverwalk with existing trails will complete almost 2 continuous miles of trail from North Village neighborhood on the north end of town through downtown Winthrop to the South End Highway Commercial District. Locals will be able to get on the trail and walk to the grocery store. Visitors will be able to leave their cars at a hotel and take the Susie Stevens Trail to the Riverwalk right to the heart of downtown. In addition, the trails provide access to low-income housing, an adult family home, and a school. And this project now enables us to continue working with partner organizations to further trail connections to other key destinations outside of town, such as the Methow Valley Schools and Pearrygin Lake State Park. And #10, water views. This project is all about promoting beautiful views of our rivers. Without the Riverwalk, these views are largely hidden from the downtown corridor. Riverwalk facilitates a wonderful visual connection to the natural shoreline environment. This project ensures these views are available without barrier. Number 11, scenic values. Many of the town's most scenic views are from the river corridor. Riverwalk ensures this view becomes more central to the experience of being in downtown Winthrop. From the park and trail, you will be able to watch ducks in the river or a deer meandering the opposite shore. In fall, you may even see salmon spawning and eagles watching for a meal. You will be able to look up and take in the beauty of the North Cascades to the west. Number 11, cost efficiencies. This project has cost efficiencies from the donation of easements. We have, as I mentioned, we have 4 of the 5 easements in sort of in a pending category. And the project also, I will say, has benefited from hundreds of hours of volunteer organizing to get us to this point. So a lot of cost efficiencies just built in terms of it being a labor of love of the community. And that is all I have for you today. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rocklyn. You were really good on time. You had just 20 seconds to spare, so that was very good. And then we'll have our grant manager, Lon. She'll work with you on the numbering for your criteria because
thank you. Yeah, I got that a little off.
We're actually changing it too, so it's a double whammy. We'll want to make sure you have the updated numbers before your August presentation. So no worries there. All right, Andrew, and then Brian.
2 quick questions. The first one, I thought I understood that the trail was a 6-foot width, yet I saw a diagram that showed a 4-foot width. What are we working with?
We're working with a diagram that was an example pulled from another project that's not our project. So yes, our intent is for 6 feet wide.
Great. And is phase 1 complete now? The phase 1, there's a piece to the north of this one that you showed on one.
Good catch. I need to redo I reused some prior graphics and I want to rework them because I think that will lead to some confusion. There is a project that we are trying desperately to get to construction phase. It's been a super complex project and it will be a little tiny piece of the Riverwalk, and that shows on that map.
Okay, that's the one that's centered around the park there.
Yeah, but
centered around the park. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually sort of north of the park, but because of this, just because it's kind of a complicated scenario, I'm trying to not talk about it so much in this because there's so many unknowns associated with it. So if it happens, it'll be great. It'll be there. It'll be another connection point. But if it doesn't happen, I don't want to weigh this down by trying to explain that project.
Okay, so for right now, what our takeaway should be that Riverwalk phase 2 would be the first phase of Riverwalk to get constructed. Is that a fair?
Correct. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Brian.
Hi. Yeah, definitely a neat project. I'm very familiar with Winthrop, and it would be amazing to have a little walk through that, be able to see the river from that side. There's a couple of things that you emphasized, like the connectivity to the larger trail system, but then these would be walkers, so they wouldn't probably be going very far into these other trail systems that I can see, but and that it is for pedestrians and not bicyclists. That's right.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, there's just not enough space in there to try and put multiple use.
And that's fine, but you definitely emphasize that this is a pedestrian only, that its primary value is right there to the town and for moving in and around the town, because the only other alternative, as you said, is State Route 20.
Mm-hmm.
And you might want to talk about State Route 20 and what, so complete streets would apply to State Route 20, and how maybe the town's plans to deal with the bicycle connectivity through that facility and whatever else your partnership with WashDOT would produce there, because that should also take care of pedestrian ADA as well, right? So that Complete Streets is all ages and abilities, walking and biking on or across state routes. So just to get that context in there and what this is adding to that context, because it has its own definite value for the town.
Yeah. Okay. It's kind of hard to strike a balance in terms of like all of those elements that are, like you say, Complete Streets elements, when I'm trying to get points in a
I know it.
RTO context.
So hard. I realize that.
But I appreciate your point, and I'll see what I can do to kind of work that in there, because it's as you know, it's something we've been working on and trying to solve, and it's a multi-layered thing, and this is part of a much bigger picture, but it's a very elegant solution to a whole lot of problems.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Heidi. You're still on mute.
Thanks, Rocklin. It's exciting. It's exciting to see this project in the works here. I had a couple thoughts. One was, I know you mentioned it in here, but I feel like the safety factor is so huge with this project, that I don't know if it's even possible to show aerial view of, the downtown or something, like on any weekend in the summer or whatever. And that also led me to question, I know you mentioned it's a pedestrian path, but it seems like it might be important for somebody to be able to walk with their bike on the path. And I know that that's the case with a lot of river walks. And, because if you have a bike to go on the road, then you're still in the same issue with safety and everything. Unless you're actually a road cyclist or something. The other thing is that you're kind of showing the linkages between the communities, like very, on the smaller scale, which is it's very important, but I think it might also be great to kind of zoom out and show like where it is like in relationship to the other trails, larger trail systems of the community, and even the potential ones like, Winthrop or whatever. Because I think it's important to show like walkability and bike friendly, that you're trying to like have people start from downtown and be able to access the other trail systems through, as like the hub of a spoke of a wheel or that kind of thing. So you're not having to drive quite a ways to these other trailheads.
Great. Okay. Yeah, I will work on that. I feel like there's a better way to show that. As I was sort of alluded to before, these graphics are like they're 4 years old, so I didn't have time to rework them, but that's top of my priority list. So
okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from reviewers? Okay. Seeing none, so Rocklin will have your grants manager, Lon, will be in touch with you with her comments, and you'll also get a summary of the comments from reviewers today. So we look forward to seeing you back in August.
All right. Thank you very much to the committee for the review.
Thank you. Okay, and now we are on our final presentation for today. Peninsula Metropolitan Parks. And so it looks like we have Sue O'Neill on the line to present for this project.
Hello.
Hi, Sue. So you can, if you'd like, you can turn on your video. That's up to you, but we can hear you.
Okay, how about I turn it on for questions?
Okay, that is just fine, whatever works for you. So I'm gonna go ahead and give you the remote control. So you should be able to double click on the screen to get control, and then you can use your arrows to move the slides forward. Just make sure you can do that. There you go, we can see that. So what I will do is I will set the timer for 15 minutes. And you can go ahead and get started when you are ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Sue O'Neill with Peninsula Metropolitan Park District, PenMet Parks. We're celebrating our 20th anniversary this year, and we manage over 600 acres of parkland property in unincorporated Pierce County near Gig Harbor. This grant application is for the Cushman-Scott Pearson Trails Connector Project, including development of a trailhead at Tubby's Trail Dog Park and a trail connector between the Scott Pearson Trail on the Tacoma side of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge and the Cushman Trail on the Gig Harbor side. Property is located in Pierce County of Washington State near Gig Harbor, Washington, south of Seattle and west of Tacoma. In 2008, PenMet Parks applied for a WWRP Trails grant for acquisition and development of the property now known as Tubby's Dog Park, adjacent to SR 16 and by the Tacoma Narrows Bridge on the Gig Harbor side in Pierce County. You can see Tubby's Trail right here on your left. The proposed project was to acquire the property and construct a trailhead and trail connector between the Cushman Trail on the Gig Harbor side of the Narrows Bridge and the Scott Pearson Trail that extends over the bridge and into Tacoma. The property had been used by WashDOT as a staging area for construction of the second Tacoma Narrows Bridge. We received $100,000 for acquisition, and the purchase was finalized in 2012 with the Washington State Department of Transportation. The site currently contains a fenced dog park and trails through the treed areas of the site. The proposed project that we are here to present will construct a Cushman trailhead at Tubby's Trail Dog Park and a connector from the property between the Cushman Trail and Scott Pearson Trail. The map on the right shows the City of Gig Harbor Parks and Trails. Cushman Trail is shown in pink. The Cushman Trail is approximately 6.2 miles of non-motorized public trail with a 16-foot wide paved asphalt surface to accommodate walkers, rollerbladers, and bicyclists on the Gig Harbor side of the Narrows Bridge. The Cushman Trail provides access to shopping areas, parks, restroom facilities, and transit. The map on the left shows Pierce County Regional Trails Plan, existing and proposed trails and gaps. Existing are shown in green and proposed are shown in pink. Excuse me, the red circle shows the existing gap between the Cushman Trail and the Scott Pearson Trail. The connection of Cushman Trail and Scott Pearson Trail will provide nearly 12 miles of connected multi-use trails and will contribute to creating a connected system of multi-use trails throughout Pierce County. The regional trail system surrounding our district is also significant, including the Kitsap County Trail System to the north, the Key Peninsula Trail System to the west, City of Tacoma trails, including Water Flume Line Trail and Prairie Line Trail, and Pierce County trails, including the Puyallup River Trail and the Foothills Trail. There we go. This is, I apologize in advance for this. This isn't the greatest map, but this is an enlarged depiction of the missing link between Cushman and Scott Pearson. 3 separate projects will complete this link, including the project we are proposing now. Those projects include PenMet's Recreation Center project, WashDOT proposed improvements over SR 16 at 24th Street Northwest, and this right here is 24th Street Northwest, which I apologize for not labeling that. And our proposed project that we're talking about now. We're going to look at a better map later in this presentation that I think will be a little clearer about where these 3 projects are. So PenMet is currently constructing a separate project on the north side of 24th Street Northwest, which is our new recreation center. That project is currently under construction and includes an extension of the Cushman Trail from the 14th Street Cushman Trailhead right here through this site right here, connecting here, which is a signalized intersection at 24th Street Northwest. The current proposed project will connect the new trailhead from Tubby's Trail Park on the south side, so down here through the dog park, up here to the signalized crosswalk. WashDOT's proposed improvements will extend from the signalized intersection over SR 16, so over here, to the on-ramp to the Scott Pearson Trail over the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. With construction of the proposed trailhead in connection from Tubby's Dog Trail Park, bicyclists and walkers will be able to connect at 24th Street Northwest over SR 16 to the Scott Pearson Trail and connect to additional trails in Pierce County, or they could cross 24th Street Northwest and follow the Cushman Trail through the Penn Met Recreation Site to downtown Gig Harbor and onto Borgen Boulevard to the north. The need for this project is documented in the Pierce County 2020 to 2030 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, which prioritizes regional trails and partnerships and other jurisdictions. Pierce County's regional trail plan prioritization criteria from their PROS plan are shown on the right. Program improvements to meet the demands and needs of Pierce County trail users include growing trail capacity, trail system capacity, closing gaps and expanding the regional trail system, strengthening links to the non-motorized transportation plan to further develop alternative commuter route infrastructure, and improving inter-park trails. Penn Met, oopsie, next slide. Penn Met Parks completed our most recent Parks Comprehensive 6-year PROS plan in 2023, and trails were the district's #1 priority identified by our community. The site currently includes a dog park with fenced areas for large and small dogs, approved as an allowable use by RCO. The site also includes a parking area, porta potty, small picnic shelter in the large dog park area, and walking trails at the north end of the site. The site contains exposed soil, rocks, trees, and other vegetation. There is an existing septic system on site and existing potable water. This site was heavily disturbed as it was used by WashDOT as their batch plant, staging area, and job site with construction trailers for the Narrows Bridge construction project prior to Penn Met's purchase in 2012. The project will develop the Cushman Trailhead at the current Tubby's Dog Park location and provide a connection between the Cushman Trail and the Scott Pearson Trail. The trailhead will include an ADA compliant restroom facility. It's right here. This will be a prefabricated structure as the example shown on the plan sheet, a prefabricated picnic shelter right here. Will also be incorporated in parking area dedicated to the trailhead. And this is a parking area right here. The trail will be constructed through the treed area of the site, which is over here, connecting to the signalized crossing at 24th Street Northwest, right here. Disturbed areas will be reestablished with native plants and trees, either in the same location or elsewhere on the property. Interpretive signage will also be incorporated. As mentioned earlier, the trail will connect at 24th Street Northwest to a future bike facility planned by WashDOT over SR 16 that will connect on the west side of SR 16 to the Scott Pearson Trail, a 5-mile long paved multi-use trail that runs from 24th Street Northwest on the southern end of Gig Harbor east to South 25th Street in central Tacoma. Oh dear, sorry. All right, design hasn't started yet for this project. So this, you just saw this on the earlier slide too, but this is a conceptual layout of the site. Design of the project will include an ADA compliant restroom facility, picnic shelter, parking area dedicated to the trailhead, a trail through the site connecting to the signalized intersection at 24th Street Northwest, and interpretive signage. Provisions for site security and monitoring will also be included. We discussed the new ADA compliant restroom facility and picnic shelter on the previous slide. Construction will include grading for the trail, which is about 0.14 miles. Utility connections and installation, including power, water, sewer, and fiber optic. There's an existing septic system and water on site. As discussed, Penn Met Parks is completing our new rec center on the north side of 24th Street Northwest, and some work for that project will be completed on the Tubby site, including construction of trails through the site to the stormwater detention pond, which is the stormwater detention pond is here, and that and all of these trails right here will be completed, or it says completed by others, but it's actually completed by Penn Met, just another project. Stormwater from the recreation center site will continue to flow to the Cushman Scott Pearson Trailhead site at Tubby's. It flows here now, but it doesn't flow to this pond. It flows directly into WashDOT's ditch. A stormwater detention pond will be constructed at Tubby's per Pierce County and WashDOT requirements. This is an approved use by RCO. storm model route from the detention pond through the Tubby site and outflow at the downstream side of WashDOT's retention pond located in their right of ways, kind of over here. As part of this construction work, trail improvements will be completed by the Recreation Center project on the Tubby's Dog Park site. These trail improvements will provide cost efficiencies and savings to the Cushman Scott Pearson Trail Connector project, as a portion of the trail will already be constructed. This proposed project will construct a trail from the detention pond to 24th Street Northwest. Sorry, said that already. The project budget is shown on this slide. The cost estimate for the project was prepared by PennMet's engineer, who is a certified cost professional and also holds a certified project management professional certification. The highest cost items include the restroom facility, trailhead development, and general site prep. General site prep includes mold, construction entrance, temporary fencing, erosion control, and sediment control, site grading and site prep, and selective clearing for the trail connection in the treed area. Utilities are also a fairly significant cost. A cultural resource survey design and permitting are also included. Design would begin following grant funding and is estimated to take 9 to 12 months, including consultant procurement. Permitting approval and granting of a WashDOT easement for connector work in their right-of-way is expected to be complete with within 1 year of permit submittal and easement request. Construction would be advertised and awarded following receipt of both. And construction is estimated to take approximately 6 to 9 months with procurement of the prefabricated structures. Project engagement. So PennMet Parks has conducted extensive outreach to listen and learn about our community's priorities for parks and recreation services. Feedback is reflected in our district's PROS plan. Through these processes, and also our strategic plan. And through these processes, we learned that you visit a park to be close to nature, for personal fitness, and to spend time with friends and family. And we also learned that regional parks are important, and preserving our natural resources should be balanced with providing active recreation opportunities for everyone to enjoy. During the PROS planning process, multiple outreach methods were used to generate community input, including presentations to our board, user focus group sessions, stakeholder interviews, a public open house, and a community-wide statistically valid survey. Ongoing engagement throughout the planning process was also available through a customized ADA accessible and multilingual website. The 24 PennMet PROS plan recommendations are designed to reflect the recreational needs and desires of our residents. The survey that was completed consisted of a statistically valid invite based on random sampling of 4,000 residents of PennMet Parks, together with an open link survey for all other residents who were not included in the invitation sample. The underlying survey data was weighted by age and ethnicity within the district to help ensure appropriate representation of residents across different demographics in the sample. Using U.S. Census Bureau data, the population, age, and race distributions in the total sample were adjusted to match the actual population profile of the district more closely. Total of 942 responses were received, and trails were rated as the most important amenity. We've received many letters of support. The project has been vetted with community members and groups, local government, trail support organizations. There's strong support, including Pierce County, City of Gig Harbor, Peninsula School District, and for Evergreen Trails. Project sustainability factors include the following. The project will minimize impacts to surrounding lands by providing connected non-motorized transportation alternatives. Revegetation and landscaping will support native species and/or pollinator habitat. The project will encourage active transportation choices, including biking and walking, and will extend and provide a safer bike commuter route between Gig Harbor and Tacoma. Project will also promote opportunities for physical activity and social and cultural connections through enjoyment of the trailhead and trails. Parks, amenities, and trails are maintained and monitored by PennMet Parks maintenance staff of 13.25 FTEs. Additionally, we work with various volunteer groups who also assist with park maintenance, park and trail maintenance. An adopted goal in our strategic plan is to choose sustainable practices and other specific maintenance and operations procedures and policies to reduce our environmental footprint. Our 6-year CIP identifies funding for trail development and identifies and allocates funding allocated to the operations and maintenance budget from the general fund based on the recommendations in our PROS plan. The site is currently fenced, and the opening of the trail access along 24th Street Northwest may open a corridor for wildlife through the site. No adverse impacts to wildlife habitat are expected from the project, and disturbed areas will be reestablished with native plants and trees, either in the same location or elsewhere on the property. This map shows existing and proposed trails in Pierce County and is from their 2020 Parks Pros Plan. The Pierce County Pros Plan identifies proposed linkages and trail extensions and includes the Cushman Trail as a partnership project between Pierce County, Kitsap County, and the city of Gig Harbor and Penn Met Parks. There's currently a gap, as I mentioned, between the Scott Pearson Trail on the Gig Harbor side of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge and the nearest existing Cushman Trailhead on the Gig Harbor side, shown by a red circle in the upper left portion of the map. Connection of Cushman Trail and Scott Pearson Trail will provide nearly 12 miles of connected multi-use trails from the hilltop neighborhood of central Tacoma across scenic Tacoma Narrows Bridge into the Gig Harbor Peninsula, creating a connected system of multi-use trails throughout Pierce County. It is also the only planned trail route to neighboring Kitsap County, making it a crucial and long-anticipated recreation facility for the region. Forever Green Trails, Penn Met, WashDOT, and others met last year to discuss our planned projects in this area and how these projects would help to create a safe, inviting, and seamless experience for trail users as they transition from the Cushman Trail to the Scott Pearson Trail, or vice versa. Improvements discussed will provide connection between Tubby's Trail Dog Park and new trailhead, Cushman Trail, Scott Pearson Trail, and Penn Met's new recreation center. So the existing route for bicycles and pedestrians is shown in red, and it's right here. It's all along the road, and also extends along here. Construction of these three projects will greatly improve safety for bicyclists and walkers by providing connections through Penn Met's properties rather than along the roadways. WashDOT's planned improvements on 24th Street Northwest on the road section connecting the two trails right here is shown in blue on the map. The Cushman Trail extension currently under construction with Penn Met's Recreation Center is shown in yellow on the map, and that's right here. And then the proposed Scott Pearson Trail connection from Tubby's is shown in yellow near the bottom of the map, so down here. Completed connector trails will connect the Cushman Trail to the Scott Pearson Trail and many regional trails. The map on the left shows linkages on the Tacoma side of the Narrows Bridge, and the map on the right shows linkages on the Gig Harbor side of the bridge. The Cushman and Scott Pearson Trails provide connections to many neighborhoods, shopping areas, recreation areas, parks, schools, Pierce Transit bus connections on both sides of the bridge. By improving this regional trail connection, this project will draw more people through the corridor and provide them better access to Gig Harbor, Tacoma, and other locations in Pierce County. The project provides direct access to water views, and it takes just minutes to get there. There are unobstructed views of the Narrows waterway from the trail over the bridge. The connection to the Narrows Bridge with amazing scenic values is minutes away from the trailhead and connector trail. Many bicyclists and walkers visit the bridge and walk or bike across. Views of passing boats, shorelines, and mountains are plentiful. An incredible view of Mount Rainier can be seen when traveling eastbound, assuming it's a sunny day. The property was used during Narrows Bridge construction as a staging site, as mentioned. The bridge contractor, a private entity, agreed to leave the parking area and drain field on the property, saving significantly in future development costs. As mentioned in an earlier slide, this project will see cost efficiencies from trail work completed by our other recreation center project, reducing the length of trail construction needed through the site. And further maintenance cost efficiencies come from Penn Met Parks, the city of Gig Harbor, and Pierce County sharing in maintenance efforts on the Cushman Trail. Penn Met is already maintaining Tubby's Trail Dog Park, so some efficiencies will also be realized there. And we also work with volunteers through Penn Met Parks to provide many hours of park maintenance annually, including work on the Cushman Trail. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your review and support of our grant application for this important trailhead and trail connector project. We're very excited about this project and providing this new trailhead and vital trail connector to increase trail connections for communities and trail users on both sides of the Narrows Bridge.
Thank you so much, Sue. And I will note that you were over by 3.5 minutes, so that's something you'll want to just fine tune before.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah. And let's start with Andrew.
Hi, exciting project. I
Thank you.
have a couple of questions. The first one is there going to be any negative impact to Tubby's Dog Park,
No, there won't be.
including parking?
So a portion of the site will be used for trailhead parking, but there is a lot of space there. So I don't think it will negatively impact Tubby's. I've never seen the entire area full of cars, so I think we're good.
Okay, I have, but I agree.
Oh, have you? Okay, well.
I agree. It's a
you know
very
more than
rare
I-
situation, a situation that rarely occurs.
Okay.
Could you bring up your slide 8 again?
I'll go back.
Oops, no, yeah,
8.
This one?
yeah, slide 8. The one that had number 8 on it.
Oh, criteria number 8.
Yeah, I think it was.
This
There
one?
you go. No, keep going. One more. Yes, that one. Thank you very much. So as I'm looking at that, I see Tubby's down there in the bottom, and then I look across 24th Street, and I'm looking at your recreational complex, am I not?
You are, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and does that complex have bathrooms associated?
Yes, it does.
And it does have also parking?
It does.
Okay, and then when I go across 16 on to the west on 24th, and I see the Scott Pearson coming up there and and hitting 24th, and you mentioned that WashDOT was planning a Scott Pearson trailhead at that point. Did I get that right?
Not a trailhead, just a connection across the bridge.
What is a connection? What does that look like?
My understanding is really rechannelization across
Okay.
the bridge.
So
yeah.
so no parking, no bathrooms, no facilities, no
No,
trailhead.
not that I know of. I don't
Okay.
believe so, yeah.
Okay, so then I guess my question devolves into, it seems to me that there's a duplication here between Tubby and the recreation site on the other side of 24th. Why not consolidate everything there at the recreation site? Why add Tubby's in?
I honestly, Andrew, I think one of the reasons is because we had applied for this project before and received funding for the acquisition with the intent of constructing a trailhead here and a connection. And I do think that it will be really useful. We have had actually had a gentleman at our groundbreaking for a recreation center asking about the connection from Tubby's, just this particular connection right here, and he was really excited about it for people that live. Oops, I guess am I still connected? I think I am over here.
I think I'm following you. I'm following you.
Yeah. So there's definitely interest from our community to keep this new trailhead connection and the trail itself up here, and then connecting to the site and also over to the Scott Pearson Trail.
Okay, and then my final question is that as far as this particular grant and the scope of this grant is concerned, it's solely the trailhead and that short little piece of trail up to 24th.
It is, yes.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
James, and then Brian.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sue. That was an interesting presentation. And as one who has cycled over that bridge, it has a lot of potential. I may be wrong, but I thought I heard a certain amount of repetition. You were a few minutes over the time limit, so I just asked that you look back and see if there are ways that you could be a little more efficient in the presentation. But other than that, very good. Thank you for the presentation.
Of course, thank you.
Hi there. Thank you. A great presentation. And I'm looking at this slide, and I think I got a little distracted in the beginning, looking for this online and so forth. And it occurs to me that this might have cleaned up a lot of questions that I had right in the start. So the critical piece that I think you're emphasizing is that, or trying to convince us of, is that there will be a connected trail system, but this project isn't doing any of that. And because currently there isn't, you just kind of get dumped at the end of Scott Pearson, you find your way across 24th and then go up 14th.
Yeah.
And so it's really important that we understand that this will happen, and it's happening because of others, and that there is a lack of trailhead to serve the joint Scott Pearson Cushman Trail system.
Okay, thank you.
So that's something I might want to emphasize, because this isn't doing any of that other work, but if without it, this doesn't have meaning.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, any other questions or comments from reviewers? Okay, I don't see any other hands. So Sue, thank you so much for your time today.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, and your grant manager, Henry, will be in touch with his comments as well. We will get you what you need to prepare for your final presentation in August.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes day 1 of technical review for the trails category. I'm going to ask that the reviewers stay on the line, and I'm going to stop the recording